Mm. Alright. Welcome everyone to Rage Quits. This is session 4 for the adventure. Today we have our DM, Aiden. We have Jade, who will be playing our sorceress. Saeya, thank you. I knew it started with we have Sarah, who will be our Ainsling. I am fourth party, village monk. And we have Chris, who is why do I keep forgetting your names?
Ren.
Ren. Thank you. Chris will be playing Ren, our barbarian. And as of right now, Sushi is having a little bit of getting to us. He said, or he is trying to get to us, and if he is able to join, he will join a little bit later. But for right now, we leave off at a very ill-timed marriage proposal. So Hayden, take it away if you will.
As much as I'd like to take it away, I don't think this scenario is going to be escaped so easily.
Hardy har har har.
Hey then. Alright, that's enough dilly-dallying.
I know.
So, last we left off, a series of evil enchanted armor was defeated, and a home was reclaimed for a series of half-ogres, who are now in possession of a mighty cannon that supposedly belongs to a very corrupt noble by the name of Brad Ivar Black in this town. Upon returning, a few events happened, very minor, passing some meek kobolds who decided to take them on another day, perhaps. They met a Magman, a simple bounty hunter who was then acquainted with the guard system. Some people lay down on the middle of the street before being asked to move away by the authorities. But all in all, we have now discovered that our sorceress is in the midst of hiding just behind a desk in a small, somewhat decrepit, somewhat well-made living room of sorts, where three figures sit at a table, one being Brad Ivar Black himself, standing 8 feet tall, but sitting down about 6 feet. We have an individual who is introduced as Jack, seems to be a simple spy with a cat as his familiar. And the last one, a large, Skeksis-like creature, if anyone's familiar with the Dark Crystal. Sitting there, playing with its talons. Curious. And just as our sorceress was ready to call for he, aid her in her escape, the very dragon snuck in and presented itself to these figures before claiming to Black that there's a certain marriage proposal going around. That's where we're going to start the session.
I'm so uncomfortable.
Make me another stealth check.
Another stealth check, but I haven't done anything. I should still be stealthy.
Okay, that's fair enough. If at any point you try to do anything,
I will have to make the stealth check, yes. I am not doing anything right now, though. I am staying hidden.
Okay,
and seeing where this conversation goes, because I'm terrified.
Okay, then.
Oh, I'm so uncomfortable.
Say, just up against the edge of this desk in the room, looking around very cautiously, is just terrified. And it's at this point where a bit of a breeze comes in,
Oh.
giving the wizard individual, if you had to assume, a bit of a chill. He's like, damn it. He snaps his finger and the door closes. He says, it's cold up there.
Oh. Oh, I'm trapped in this house.
And he points at your fairy dragon friend, foe, neutral, perhaps. Says, what is this?
Oh my god.
And you can see this the noble Redbriar, the large bird humanoid abomination, looking down, just actually like licking the edge of his beak as if looking at he like a snack. He says, "Oh, it's interesting." And lastly, Brad Ivar Black sits there, just he's a troublemaker.
Yeah, no shit.
What is this about marriage? Oh, well, you see, there's this group in town, and one of them was talking about a marriage proposal to you. I thought it was funny, so I was going to tell you. Mm-hmm.
I'm just sitting behind the desk quietly going, shut up, shut up, shut up, shut up, shut up, shut up, shut up.
Is this serious? I'm pretty sure it was a joke, but the context was serious. What was the context?
No, shut up, shut up, shut up, shut up, shut up.
I don't really have time to speak to you guys. I'm just here to let you know. Chaotic little fella I am, but I don't think I really want to get aligned with you fellas. He turns over and looks at the familiar cat and goes, that's this creature, the same size of it, but very much a dragon, stands between them. Anything else? No. I think there's not much else there's to be said. Those two adventurers, the famed ones, they're not really in town right now. Apparently they got a letter for something, had to move out, so there shouldn't be an issue for you. Good.
Oh my god, I'm so scared.
Well, be gone. Okay, grumpy. He becomes invisible before you hear pit-pat of feet and the flutter of wings. You notice this Redbriar, like, are you sure he wasn't something brought in from me? Something exotic? I do like exotic things. He's a rat all the same, but he's not elegant enough for your tastes, I believe. Besides, dragon, chewy.
Don't eat him.
Oh, he's already gone.
Yeah, I know.
This Jack lizard guy is like, anyways, I'm just gonna take my payment, I suppose, and be out for the day. And they hand him a small pouch, and he opens up. And you have a feeling that the coins in there, although very minimal, are probably worth quite a bit. As he scoops it up and snaps his fingers, the pouch disappears, and he stands up and says, "Come on," to the cat, and proceeds towards the door. I need you now to make a stealth check.
Yeah, I figured. I'm gonna go with the duck dice and hope it doesn't duck me over.
Oh.
I'll check this guy's passive perception.
Fuck, I'm so scared. Oh, my stealth is nothing. I don't have any. Oh, stealth is an option now? Okay. Yeah. So,
Did you choose stealth when you... Oh, everyone's level 4. We forgot to mention.
Yeah, we've all leveled up. All right, so I rolled a 16, and I don't have any modifiers, so it's just that.
16?
And I'm hoping it's enough. I hope it beats the passive perception.
Well, while he doesn't seem to be actively looking, his cat seems to be keeping its eyes peeled. It seems like some sort of scout, perhaps.
I'm so scared. I'm so scared.
So, we'll see how this cat does. Kitty cat.
Ooh, can I, regardless of whether or not the cat is going to be able to see me or not, can I use a mage hand? I want to use mold earth to find like a pebble somewhere and like knock something so that it just draws attention in like the opposite direction of me. So as the cat is walking past, it like something goes off, so it pays attention to that and not me and walks past me. Like when they open the door or something, like a pebble hitting a wall.
Make a sleight of hand check. See if you can manage to pull it off without being
A
noticed.
sleight of hand. Ah, come on, duck dice, don't fail me. It's a 16 again. Is it enough? Is it enough?
So, considering, I will give the cat disadvantage.
Okay.
See, the thing about cat,
Oh,
they have
God
very good
damn it!
eyesight. Like, looks over at you, this wizard, and goes like, oh! And he immediately, like, fire goes insane. He's like, she's supposed to be here! And the other two, like, turn their heads quick. Oh. And this like moves his hand forward, and the desk moves out of the way. Just you're right.
I just hit it like this. I'm gonna. Okay, so now that the desk has moved, I'm gonna like from sitting into like a full stand and bounce, like pop up and be like, oh, and I'm gonna like lean down and like pick up I'm gonna like magic trick a coin from like my hand to the floor. Go, oh, there's that piece. Well, I found it. Have a nice night. Like try to make my way to the door.
You go to the door, and it's like it's locked.
Don't you guys just hate it when that happens? You go to open a door and it's just locked. That's just the worst. Somebody want to get that for?
I did not know we were bringing a jester in today.
Yep, that's me, a jester, just here to make people laugh.
Who might you be?
You asking me who I want to be at this moment or who I am? Because I don't have an answer for either.
You have 10 seconds.
Okay.
9.
But Saeya, you can call me Saeya.
But I already skipped down to 3.
Okay, well, I've told you my name. I am Saeya.
Right here.
I saw the cat, and I have a thing for animals, and I really like cats, but the cat didn't like me, so I followed it, and then I got in here, and then the door closed behind me, and I'm just very easily distracted, and I'm very, very sorry. I wasn't even paying attention to anything. I just want to go home.
Where do you live? I'm sure I could direct you.
Honestly, I'm not living anywhere. I'm just staying at one of the towns. I'm not from here.
And the wizard's like confused. This Redbriar is like almost intrigued and amused, and Black is simply just expressionless. And I am to assume you're not a spy because
I'm gonna like look down at like my skirt and like my lack of spy tools and be like, I don't really have any spy tools. I don't know. Who would I be
your
spying
defense
for?
against being a spy is that you don't look like a spy.
I guess. What does a spy look like? I don't even know.
That's kind of the point.
Well, you got
I'm
me
done
there.
with this.
Okay.
Why?
I'll be honest. I made my way into the town. I was made aware of the troll problem. I just was trying to help, and I noticed this cat had been following me. It seemed like a familiar. I was worried that someone was tracking me.
You know, it's funny. You were hiding there for a while.
Couldn't find a good time to leave.
I could tell you were sneaking in.
I was following the cat.
Why would you be so stealthy? It's a cat.
Because I got the sense that it was a familiar.
So, upon realizing it was a familiar, you decided to pursue this creature.
Yes, if you noticed a familiar was hanging around you, wouldn't you be intrigued? Let's just say it's not my first time being followed.
Well, I suppose there's not much else I need to know. Make wisdom save.
Oh no. It's not as high of a modifier as I would like it to be. Duck dice! That's a non-natural 20. Oh.
You for a second you feel like your mind being probed. Like it's like you hear your own thoughts for a second, like, and it's like whispering to you, and it feels like something is trying to tap in deeper but can't quite manage. It's just.
I'm gonna, like, feign coolness and just be like, ah, that tickles. I'm gonna, like, give off, like, an air of nonchalance about it. Even though, like, out of game, I'm really non-nonchalant about it. I'm so uncomfortable.
Incredible. Well,
I've been told. Can be, yes. What's incredible is your, like, size. I mean, look at you. You're huge. And he's a bird. I've never seen a talking bird before. You can tell I don't get
referred to as Corvians.
Corvians. I'm gonna, like, take out a notebook and be like, that's actually really fascinating. Can you tell me more about Corvians?
I could indeed. Perhaps you'd like to join us for a drink, miss?
Well, if it's not too much of
Tell us all about you.
I'm more fascinated by you, but if it's not an imposition, I can sit down as long as you promise not to hurt me.
This is... After all, keep your friends close and your enemies closer. I say we let her have a chat with us. Come, sit. Have some rum.
I'm okay on drinking. I had enough at the tavern, hence why I got myself into this mess. But I would gladly take a seat and learn as much about Corvians as I can. You know,
Well,
promise of new information and all.
You notice Black's like rubbing his eyes as if thinking he's surrounded by idiots. Just
I'm not making a good impression on this man.
You are Saeya.
Yes, I am. That's the name that I use, at least.
You don't sound like a spy at all.
A spy would be much better at lying to you.
So you are lying to me.
No, I tried to lie to you in the beginning, and I did a very poor job of it, and then you were getting very close to one, and so I blurted out the truth. Hence why I'm a terrible liar.
She's all yours. I'm gonna leave. He stands up, and you notice the chair falls back, and he just steps over it without any effort, and proceeds to move out of the house.
But I keep looking up.
Oh yeah.
And like
This
as
guy's
he
much
leaves,
taller than you. He proceeds to move out the front door, and it closes behind him without him touching it.
oh cool, great. I'm gonna turn to Redbriar as he like leaves and go, he's very tall. I like tall.
Just
Do you
for
think-
record, Redbriar is pretty big too. He's like 6'5".
I've seen 6'5" before.
Yes, he is. He has quite the knack for being such a tall brute. Jack, bring us some more something. I'll pay you. I know you know how to serve it. Jack's just okay. Walks out and
Thanks, Jack.
proceeds. He proceeds to leave. The cat stands there, guarding the door.
I'm gonna
Redbriar looks at you and says, as much as I'd love to talk about myself, I'm more curious than you. We Corvians are very interested in knowledge.
that would be something we have in common then. And I'm gonna take out like my notebook and show him like the page that I was writing on giants when I saw the giants and be like, look, anytime I come across something that I don't normally see, I tend to take notes. Hence why I'm so curious about you. I peeked my head in following the cat, and then I saw you and the giant, and I was like, oh my god, that's so cool. And so I decided I wanted to stay and learn, and I'm sorry, and I feel like I've imposed.
You haven't imposed at all. I admire admirers.
Oh, Wonderful.
Now, the first thing you must know about Corvians is that they are a superior race.
Oh, I can tell.
Oh, thank you.
I mean, your feathers, they're just exquisite. May I? And I'm gonna, like, reach my hand out, like, just to touch one.
Just, as he like looks at it, like, a simple handshake will do.
Wonderful. And I'm gonna, like, shake his hand, but, like, hold on to it a second longer than I need to, just to kind of, like, see what it feels like. And then I'm gonna write down.
It feels like very rough and like wrinkly, and his hand it's much like a vulture's hand. So, if you are taking information, you do realize you're in quite the area where that would be considered to be most unpleasant for most individuals. You're lucky you're getting away with this.
I apologize. I meant no offense by anything. Like I said, I've never been here before, and I'm just wandering through collecting information about the things that I see and the people that I meet. I apologize.
It's no issue here. Oh, thank you, Jack, and hands him, takes the rum. Jack's just placing the bottle down, swings the whole thing as he hands you your glass.
I'm going to take the glass, but I'm not going to drink from it. I'm just going to keep it in my hand and look up at Jack and just say, thank you. I apologize for any, anything that I might have done to make you feel any sort of way.
Sure.
Okay. I'm going to turn back to Redbriar and...
So, you say you're not around here, and you have dealt with these giants? Are you that group that dealt with them?
I heard of the group that dealt with them.
Make a deception check.
Am I lying though? I'm not really lying. I have heard of the group.
You're
I happen to be a part of
deceiving him.
it.
You're not telling him the complete truth. You're being deceiving.
18.
I'm curious. What have you learned about them?
Honestly, they seem to be like a very mismatched group, as though they've not traveled together very long.
I see.
But yet, I will say, from what I've noticed of them, they work together quite well.
Well, ants working together are very superior to most other creatures.
I would agree with that statement. Now, back to you.
Of course.
What area of the continent do you come from? Would you say that there's the biggest congregation of Corvians?
I'm from all over, but the most Corvians, at least the proud ones, come from. Let's see here. What would be the greatest? As the DM references the name. Alright. The Caribbean Theocracy.
Wonderful.
Which you well know is home to very typically upper class individuals and high elves.
Ooh.
The other Corvians who don't quite see at eye live ensconced where they belong.
I see. And what is it that Corvians disagree on?
Some Corvians simply do not recognize our superiority and our deserving.
Deserving of what?
Everything.
Oh. Superior.
This is why we have such high political power.
It's very intriguing.
If I wanted to, I could have you strung up the next day. But I won't do that, my dear.
Oh, well, thank you very much. As I said before, I apologize for any type of intrusion that I might have caused. I saw the familiar. I was concerned about being followed, so I followed the cat to see if I could figure out where it was coming from. I peeked my head inside and I saw you, and then I couldn't help myself, and I appreciate your understanding in this, and I would hate to bother you more than you would allow.
Of course. It's perfectly understandable. I mean, all of the lesser races make far many more mistakes than us Corvian, but I can understand this, yes.
I could only ever wish to be as, I mean, magnificent is the only word that I can think of is someone such as yourself.
Thank you, my dear. How about I take you back home personally? I have a carriage right outside.
Oh,
Or if you don't have a location, I could easily make recommendations.
no, that's actually okay. I should be able to make it back just fine. I think I know the way. And additionally, I heard that there's a bull that runs the streets. I
Of
hope to catch
course,
sight
that's
of
the
it.
very reason. That's the very reason I want to take you back myself. I don't want you to get caught up in such a creature.
Oh, I appreciate your thoughtfulness, but as I said, part of me hopes to see such a creature. I find an interest in all sorts of things that I would love to see what it would look like and how it reacts, and I must take notes on it. I can't help myself. But perhaps if you would like, I could call upon you another day so you can ensure that I was met safely back at my inn.
That sounds like a persuasion check.
Come on, sparkle dice, persuasion check. 15.
Sounds reasonable.
Wonderful. And I'm going to stand up and then I'm going to bow at the Corvian at Redbriar. Like a very nice, deep, respectful bow and say, well, thank you again for allowing me your time. And I apologize for any intrusion. As I said before, I got so caught up with your magnificence.
There's no need to apologize for magnificence such as myself, or the need to witness such glory. If you ever see anything, be sure to report it to me, yes?
Yes, of course. If I find,
I can
is there a
assure
particular
you you'll be
subject?
handsomely rewarded.
Oh, well, thank you very
Just
much.
this group, if you've seen them and they don't seem to have noticed you, keep me in touch on their activities.
Oh, yes, absolutely.
Now run off.
Yes, sir.
Be sure to look both ways.
Oh, yes, sir. Thank you, sir. And I'm gonna
I will
collect my notebook.
speak to Avar myself. Be certain that he doesn't go too far as he usually does.
Go too far. Have I offended him?
Oh, he's offended by everybody.
Is there something that you think that I could do to get into his graces? As I said before, he's very tall, and I'd be very curious as to study him. I know his mere height is pales in comparison to the magnificence that is a Corvian, and you yourself might not find it interesting. But if there was something I could do to get into his good graces, to perhaps ask him some questions.
What exactly are you good at?
I suppose I have a few talents here and there. Is there something in particular that he needs that I might be able to fill?
Yes, actually, if you... He's currently in regard for searching for certain items. One of which is... I can't quite share it with you, I've just met you.
Oh.
But...
I am a very good finder.
Perhaps if you could present me with something, tomorrow, at my estate.
Okay, what is it that you would
And
like to be presented with?
he hands you like a small piece of paper in his like massive talons.
Wonderful.
If you have anything to prove to Avar that you are worth his time or his consideration, I can put a good word in for you, yes? Maybe even speak with the Borderlands Senate to allow you easy accessibility in towns.
That would be
I have
wonderful.
quite a few friends here.
Is there anything in particular that I should bring with me tomorrow to your estate to prove...
Whatever you assume is the most magnificent that you have.
Whatever the most magnificent thing I have is. Okay. I will give careful consideration.
Now, run along now.
Yes, sir. Thank you
I
very
know
much.
I've been confusing you. And he slowly gets up with this like massive, just these massive hulking leathers and different types of fine clothes over him, much like a hoarder of just pure cloth. It says, Jack, I think it's time for our leave. Let us hope nobody interferes with us as we are gone. And he slumps out and leaves the other door. Jack says, yeah, have fun with that. He gets up and walks out, and the cat hisses at you before trotting out as
I'm
well.
gonna stick my tongue out at the cat.
No, the guy's like, I can see through that.
I am aware of how a familiar works.
Shocking.
I'm gonna wait for them to leave, the cat
You're
included.
familiar with that, then you knew someone was in charge of the cat, which means if you followed it, you were hoping to find its leader or its creator.
As I said before, I've been followed once or twice, and I wanted to be sure that I wasn't being followed again. You see a familiar one too many times, and it leads to suspicion.
Enjoy your night at the Slimy Snail. And leaves.
Have a nice night. After everybody leaves, I'm gonna just like huge sigh of relief, like I'm sinking further into this chair that I was in, like pure tension just leaving my body. And then I'm gonna wait a moment or two, and then
the door behind you opens, and that's it.
That's it? Oh, okay.
You realize it's no longer locked.
Okay, great. I'm gonna go out onto the street, and then I'm gonna call for he.
No response.
He, I will buy you 5 lollipops.
You hear like very tired trudging. It's not even flat. It's not even the flapping of wings. It's like crawling up you.
When he gets on my shoulder, I'm gonna go like where I think his head is, and like go for like an ear scratch, like you would a cat.
No, he no longer invisible at this point. Yeah.
Do you have enough energy to make me invisible so that I don't run into that bull?
He's like thinking, can I turn people invisible? I'm not sure if he can do that or not. I can't turn other people invisible.
Well, what can you do to ensure that I get back there safely? Besides turning me into a snail. And don't just do something either. Talk it through with me first.
I could stay with you and you walk back?
I would appreciate that. And I'm going to start walking with him on my shoulder. And then as we're walking, I'm going to say to he, did you know I was hidden behind the desk?
I'm going to say no.
I'm going to say that's a lie.
Well, I mean, Brad Ivar already knew you were there. That guy sees everything. He doesn't even need to open his eyes.
Why would you hop on the desk and tell him that he had a marriage proposal?
Why wouldn't I?
Because I was hiding and I was the one that proposed the marriage.
Your point?
Do you not understand I could have just died? Very easily. Also,
I would have protected you.
Oh, gee, thanks. I also would like to make a perception check to make sure that I don't see this bull anywhere.
Yeah, perception check. Go ahead.
18.
You hear, like, some in the distance, but it's, like, way on the other side of town, if you had to guess.
Okay, great. I'm just going to sigh heavily at he and just keep the walk going. it. I don't have anything else to say to him. I just want to go climb into my bed, take a bath again.
Well, have fun. He slowly just kind of falls off and starts flying.
Drama queen! I'm gonna, like, call after him as I walk into the
He's
tavern.
invisible at this point. Some random person looks up at you, just...
Just gonna ignore the person, and I'm just gonna go into the tavern.
And you return to the slimy snails. Everyone else is asleep.
I feel like Ashley is definitely asleep.
Well, with that, you all benefit from yet another long rest, and the day ahead is yours. Take as you please.
Alright, so first thing in the morning, I have to go get more candy. Let's just say I buy another ton of it.
You still have a ton of candy.
Oh,
with
okay,
how much
cool.
you bought.
Oh, great.
You notice your pockets are a little lighter. You feel like you might have taken some off you.
I did promise him candy, so I'm not going to worry about it. But as long as I still have enough candy.
Yeah, you got like 2 more visits from he worth of candy.
Oh, I need more than that, I think. In one day, I went through 5 visits.
Yeah, kind of.
Okay, so I'm gonna buy another gold's worth of candy.
You do sound like we just restocked. How much candy do you need? And they're just handing you like small jars now with little swirly lollipops and such. What are the rest of you doing? As one of you is purchasing a large variety of sugary treats.
Farquhar's going to go downstairs and get some.
Okay.
Oh, really quickly, out of game. Did anybody else add all of the gold and gems to them that we picked up from the chest? Because if not, I'm just gonna add them into my stock. That way we can keep a record. Nope. Okay.
That's fine with me.
Nope.
Okay, good, because if you guys lose all your gold and stuff, you're screwed.
Yeah. So I'm just gonna add.
So you got your
in.
gold and you have your items. All right.
Yep. My wand. All right.
I think Aisling is gonna. Sorry. I think Aisling is gonna come down the stairs, but she's gonna have like her hands out and like jumping down each stair, like happily walking down the stairs. They're just like coming across the room and like sitting down.
Bartender just has smiles as he's cleaning a dish before going back to his job.
Yeah, they're just gonna sit down and do like a huge yawn.
Just like a dog in the corner. Bartender's like, well, now you've started it. It seems as though Cat is sleeping in.
I guess as everyone else is waking up, I'll just make my way back into the tavern.
Alright, you do so. Sitting there are your 3 friendly acquaintances. Just kinda tending to their meals.
I'm gonna walk in with the jars and just... Is everybody sitting at the bar or at a table?
It's a table. You guys have, like,
table.
claimed this table at this point.
I'm gonna sit at the table and I'm gonna just stick all of the jars on the middle of the table. And then, like, very dramatically, like, overtly dramatically, just throw myself onto the table and just be like, you guys have no idea what just happened to me last night. I don't even know what happened. Somehow I'm alive and I should be dead. I need a drink.
It's only 10 a.m.
I don't know that I slept last night, and I almost died. Aisling, I almost died. I should be dead. What's the coolest thing that we have?
As far as what?
Like the most interesting thing that we can bear to part with.
I don't have anything to share.
I don't want to give.
I think for our car.
I don't want to trade his gem. He still has an over attachment to it.
Yeah, that's a no-go on the necklace amulet.
Yeah, it would appear that my wand might be the most interesting thing that we can bear to part with at this moment.
Want to fill us in?
I'm gonna kind of give like a brief rundown of what happened the night before, starting with, well, you remember that cat that was hanging out by us when we were shopping the other day?
Yeah, the familiar.
Yeah, it was on the bar last night as we were closing it down. It stretched and wandered off while hissing at me, and I followed it because, well, it's odd to see a familiar multiple times without seeing its owner, and let's just say I met Brad.
Oh.
Yeah. Oh. I wandered in and I saw this like behemoth of a man, and then a giant vulture, and then the familiar's owner, the wizard or warlock or whatever he is, I don't even know, the magical asshole that he is. And I saw all of them there, and they were discussing us. They were talking about how they're transporting valuables, and that everything's going to work out in their favor, and that we're not a threat to them. And then, as I'm getting ready to leave, because now I know who each of them are, who should walk in but our tiny, winged asshole that hangs out with us, hops up on the table next to Brad, and then goes, "You have a marriage proposal. I mean, really."
You mean he?
Yes.
But I thought he was on our side.
He
Is he not?
He's just a chaotic little shit. He told me that Brad probably knew that I was there and that he would protect me, and then they found me, and then I was able to talk my way out of it. By the way, I'm just following you guys. Apparently, I'm not a part of the group. And I have this piece of paper, and I'm going to pull out the piece of paper that Redbriar gave me that I'm hoping is an address.
It's an address.
Yeah. And I have to go meet the winged vulture creature who I've learned is called a Corvian, and it's actually very interesting, but that's beside the point. His name is Redbriar. He's working with Brad Ivar, and I am being enlisted to help them find things.
Find what?
That's what I would like to know. Yes, Rin?
Glad you're not dead?
Thanks, because Brad tried to get into my head. I succeeded in keeping him out, but he tried very hard to read my mind or control my mind or something. I don't know what he was trying to do, but I felt the tickle.
Good effort.
He tickled you?
Yes, we played footsie under a table.
What's footsie?
I was out of it the other day. Sorry about that. Perhaps don't go off by yourself.
Yeah.
Everyone else had gone to bed, and I wanted to see if I could figure out where this familiar was doing and where it was coming from and what they wanted.
Understandable. Still sticking with that point, though.
Well, unless one of you can be invisible, I'm going to have to go off on my own again if we want to learn more about Brad Ivar and Redbriar and Jack.
Cool. Do we know the bartender's name at this point?
Yeah, he's Barney.
Barney!
Yeah, head over. I'm gonna stand up, say excuse me for a moment, and head over to Bernie.
Yeah.
How you doing, man?
Pretty good, how are you? Service is going alright?
Wonderful.
I mean, like the food and the...
Oh no, it's
I'm gonna
everything's.
I'm gonna shout
Perfect.
from the table while you're up there, like to your back. Get me a bottle of wine. Please.
All right, Bernie. How long have you been here? You're just trying to get the lay of the land.
I've been here since I was born. Family business. I'm actually, I'm not the first Barney in my family. I'm like the third.
No, they don't call you Trey, do they?
No, just Barney the third.
Okay, Bernie. Well, it's a lovely place. Thank you for putting us up, keeping it up. So you've been here all your life. What's it like? What's it been like growing up here?
Busy. As long as you don't go out of your way to cause trouble, things don't tend to happen. I mean, I was born into an occupation, so I never had to worry. I had a good education. Not much to report on my end.
All right. Is there anything while we're in town looking for work? Is there anything we should keep an eye out for or avoid? Any troublemakers? Since you mentioned trouble.
Particularly, I would say just avoid anybody who seems like they might be trying to swindle you or pressure you into doing something you wouldn't want to. Just common thugs. And I would not mess with the authorities in any regard. They are quite powerful, and there's quite a bit of them, and they do their job a lot. This is a central trade town, so really anything could happen.
Okay. So you mentioned swindlers and thugs. Are there a lot of those type here?
Typically in the more less types of areas, if you get my drift.
Okay. And I mean, if the police force is so prolific, how do they get away with it?
Well, how does with anything? If we could just solve a problem with sheer raw power, then there would be no issue ever. It wouldn't there. But in the world, something's always gonna let the other side at least squirm their way out of the grasp of the law.
Right.
I wouldn't be too surprised if there was a lot of bribery involved.
It's a bribery. All right. So we're out shopping the other day. We heard the name. Is it Bradfield? Lord, something like that. Do you know this news person?
Yes. Yeah. Noble Black.
Noble Black. What are they like?
Mean. They very calm, very expressionless. Doesn't really speak to the public. Doesn't really go out much.
Okay.
The man of few words, but no one seems to mess with this individual. Not for unspoken reasons, but it's like there's a feeling around him, like an aura, like he doesn't belong. He's very aberrant.
Okay. And you said no enemies, no one who regularly kind of thumbs their nose at him or challenges him.
I mean, those bloody thumbs don't like him much. They have quarrels with him.
All right. Is anybody else we should look out for? Or any leads on work you might have?
Work? Well, there's always bounties going about. Certainly a series of different monsters that cause all sorts of problems. There's recently been a bounty hunting job for a no longer running noble who is literally lost their title and is apparently out in the woods with a group protecting them. But they no longer hold their title, they are supposed to be coming to court and such, and they're avoiding doing such things.
It's been a while since I've been in any place this large. Why would someone lose their title?
And they didn't do something that the court of the nobility decided was worthwhile, I suppose. They went against the law. Rumor has it they were, I don't know, involved in human trafficking or something.
Okay. All right. How much for my friend? It's 10 a.m. It's apparently time for a bottle of wine.
A silver piece.
I just slide him a silver and head back.
Hands you a standard wine.
Head back to the table. All right, everybody. This is what I just found out.
I'm gonna take the bottle of wine from you and just sit and start chugging. Just like very impressively, just chugging.
That will make your day harder if you finish.
But I slam it back on the table, wipe the back of my hand, and say, okay, great. So we have a few options here. A bounty. We have getting closer to Brad Ivar. We have the merchants or masons. What were they called? Farkar. What did they call themselves? The guys who gave us all the gold yesterday.
Those gentlemen. I don't quite remember their names, but I know Franklin said that they specialize in building demolitions.
Right. I have a feeling. This is my suspicion. Should we decide to go the way of getting closer to Brad Ivar, right now, they think that I am studying you guys and are hoping that I can provide information on the group. They gave us a chest full of money and a magic wand. I have a feeling, and they paid us for taking care of the giants. I have a feeling that their interests lie opposite those of Brad Ivar's. And if I went to them and told Franklin, Ashling's little boyfriend, if I told Franklin of what had happened,
Was really out of it last time. When did continue?
No, Franklin's the orc that Ashling was dancing with. Remember?
Okay,
yes.
We're keeping with that's your boyfriend. Gotcha.
Yeah.
Gotcha. Congratulations, Ashling.
I think that if I were to go to him and I were to explain the meeting that I had last night with the promise of us being able to perhaps set some things right in the town, he might have another fantastical thing he can give me to take to Redbriar as a show of
Your skill?
Yeah, my skill, my faith, my however.
I mean, and if Franklin needs us to do something to earn more trust or to bring that about, perhaps we could also inquire about this lord that's apparently wanted.
Perhaps.
See if I don't know. It's early.
It's very early. I'm gonna pick the bottle of wine back up again and pass it back to Ren and go, I know it's early. Have some of this. It'll make it all better.
No, it won't. But all right. What do y'all think? Urquhart, Aisling?
Ashling is going to kind of look around. She's like kicking her legs back and forth at the stool because she can't touch the ground, and probably like drinking her orange juice or something. And she's just like, building demolition sounds like fun.
All right.
Yeah, I think in this scenario, Farkar might not for her. Franklin might be a helpful ally in this situation.
I agree.
Plus, if we do manage to take care of this spread, and Franklin assumes some sort of position akin to him, then that would be a powerful ally inside of the city.
Again, I agree.
We need to cross us.
If I would add to this that if Bernie is correct that this former lord, this former noble, was involved in human trafficking, that's something I would be interested in bringing to an end.
I'm gonna sit back thoughtfully and say, It certainly seems like the type of thing that perhaps our patrons would like us to take care of.
I wouldn't. I wouldn't mind giving a smuggler to a conjurer check.
So we're agreed then? Off to see Franklin?
Sounds good to me. Fair cards, since you dropped him in the.
What'd you say?
I said it's been a while since you've dropped kick anyone in the head, hasn't it?
Drop kick successfully. It's been a couple months and I drop kicked somebody successfully.
All right, well, let's get you a chance to do that on some human traffickers.
All right. Well, to
All right,
Franklin's
what are you
then.
doing?
We're going to Franklin's.
Franklin's.
Indeed.
All right. You proceed to Simply Carpenters. The
Carpenter.
small, yes.
That's what they were.
The red home that acts as Franklin's office. You are led through the gates by the same guard, and are welcomed in. And you see a rather tired but active-looking Franklin as he moves around, just writing stuff down on a clipboard, handing it to servants, and then proceeding back into his office. He doesn't seem to notice as you actually walk in.
Alright, I'm gonna walk up to Franklin and get close to him and say, if you have a moment, we need to speak with you privately.
He looks up at you, tired, a little surprised. So... Fine. Snaps his fingers, and two maids usher you all in before closing the door. What's this about?
I'm gonna look around to the group and before speaking and say, I had a bit of a situation last night, and given the way that you have interacted with us in the past, I feel as though you might be more friend than foe.
Thank you. What is this regarding?
First, tell me, how do you feel about a Corvian named Redbriar? And perhaps...
Yeah, he's a noble from the Caribbean theocracy. Came into town about a couple days ago, a week maybe.
A week ago. That recently.
He's typically held as a replacement when other nobles are out of town or not available.
Okay, and what is your opinion of him?
Well, stuck up, as Corvians typically are. Mistreats a lot of people.
You said
Greedy.
You said he tends to fill in when when nobles are absent. Does this have anything to do with the noble that's currently wanted in town?
I'd imagine so.
Come back to that later.
I'm gonna look around and make sure that there's no one else in the room, and then lean closer to Franklin and say, and tell me, what is your opinion regarding Brad Ivar Black?
Yes, he and narrows his eyes at you as you're looking at him. And why exactly do you want to know that?
Because if you have the same opinion of him as we do, then I may have a request of you.
Let's just say he sends me some stuff now and then that I don't really appreciate. Lets me know where to build, not to build.
Would you agree with the statement that your life might be better if he held less power or no power at all within the town?
No comment.
I'm gonna laugh and say you can check me for magic if you'd like. It's not like anyone else is listening to our conversation, unless you're afraid of.
He snaps his fingers and looks at you. There's illusion magic on your face.
I'm gonna turn to look around at the group around me and clear my throat uncomfortably and say, I wasn't asking you to check for illusion magic. I was asking you to check if anyone else was listening in.
You said check for magic. Magic specifically on you. And illusion magic on your face.
I'm gonna look at everybody else very, very uncomfortably.
Her appearances of her. She is here. She and we are here for a serious reason, though.
Fair enough.
Continue. Everything's fine.
Clearing my throat, I'm gonna sit up and say, I have an opportunity to get closer to Brad Ivar and Redbriar while being able to know what it is that they are up to and perhaps being able to put a stop to some things before they even happen.
And you're certain that I would help you?
No. That's why I've come to you with requests in hopes that perhaps your alliance matches up with ours. If it does not, tell me now, and we shall speak no more of this.
You notice he takes out a lantern, places it on his desk, and lights the oil. He starts looking around.
What are you looking for?
I'm making sure you're not being watched.
I'm gonna sit back and call out, "Hey, if you're in here, please show yourself. I'll give you a lollipop."
No response.
Would you
Tiny
do it
drip.
for 2 lollipops?
Nothing?
Scooby doing it. Alright. Then I'm going to turn to Franklin and say, well, he would be the only one watching me. Either that or a cat. And if you don't see a cat...
Who is he?
He's a tiny dragon.
You're being watched by a tiny dragon.
Hateful little monster.
I'm going to slap Rin on the arm. He's not a hateful little monster. He's a chaotic little bugger, but he's a friend at the very least. Who I'm really concerned about is a small cat that's a familiar for a wizard that they call Jack. Or at least they think he's a wizard. I'm not even sure.
Yeah, he's a mage.
Yeah, there you go.
He was brought in by the arcane assistants, but he doesn't work for them anymore.
Wonderful.
Arcane assistant. The who?
Arcane assistants, a powerful mage group of the Hollow. I wouldn't be too surprised if you haven't heard of them before.
Well, regardless, he's been keeping a close eye on the group. So, are you sure that we're not being watched? Would you speak more freely with us now?
I don't see anything.
Wonderful.
And I have enough power to protect myself, and seeing as it's not my company at risk, what do you want to talk about?
Would you be interested in helping us?
What exactly do you plan on doing?
Haven't gotten that far yet, but I know that he's got to be plotting something. I have this feeling of dread that comes whenever anyone speaks of him. I know as much as that the giants are or were his doing. learned
The
that.
giants.
Yes, we learned that
Okay.
much when we went to assist them. So the simple fact that you paid us for helping to remove them leads me to believe that perhaps you're
At least care for the city.
Yeah, you care for
Like
the
I
city.
said, you gave it consideration.
And again,
So,
should you be...
How exactly do you think I can help you? What do you want me to do? Because your current plan is based off a hunch about another hunch, and your only approach to it is nothing.
I wouldn't say it's nothing, but I'm far more has gotten done with far less. We had no semblance of a plan when we walked into the Giants camp, and I would say that is a fairly large problem that we got rid of.
You're welcome.
I'm gonna sit up again
You.
and say, the chest that you gave us, the payment that you gave us for helping to remove the giants, that wand that was in there, do you have anything else like that? Redbriar has asked me to meet him today to show him something to bring something with me that proves my willingness
You've
to help.
spoken with Redbriar.
I'm gonna pull out my note page of the notes that I was taking from the night before. He sat across from me and we exchanged information, and then he offered to walk me home.
So he doesn't know who you are.
No, I was able to convince both him and Brad Ivar that I was not a part of the group and was merely studying them. Merely studying the group.
Okay.
So.
You need something flashy.
Something...
And you don't have the means to part with what you already have.
No, we don't. I need something that will prove my willingness and eagerness to work with them without being so overtly dramatic that it would appear that I had bought it today.
Can I get a feel whether he is angling for some type of service or help to prove ourselves, or what his concerns are? Thank you, sir. 17.
You feel like he doesn't want anything in return so much as the fact that he's interested in what you're offering, despite how little you have.
All right. Then I would chime in. If we need to help you in some way to prove ourselves more or to gain your favor, I'm happy to do that. I won't speak for anyone else, but if you care about the city and you think it's doable by a relatively inexperienced group, we could look into this fugitive lord or not. We are here to help. I'm here to help.
I'll keep that in mind, thank you. As for now, he pulls out a book and starts referencing it. What can I part with?
Again, whatever it is that you have that could be wondrous enough that it would pique the interests of 2 people, but not so flashy to make them question how I came about it. Well, I suppose if they do question it, I can come up with something.
Okay. So that wouldn't work. Let's see here. It kind of swips through the reading. I was like, what could work? He actually looks like he's deciding by pure chance.
Boy.
I got it.
Great.
He produces a satchel and hands it to you, and the satchel has the picture of a very happy-looking face with its eyes squinted.
Okay. Happy satchel. I'm gonna take it and kind of like give him like a quirked eyebrow, and then like look.
He opens the satchel and he starts pulling a ladder out before he sets it to the side.
Okay.
Mary Poppins? Question mark.
Impressive.
Wonderful. And how did you come across this item?
I paid for it.
Where? In town?
Yes, it's a trading center. They have magic items here.
I'm well aware of that. I'm just trying to know if you'd come across this in another land that I might be able to pass it off as. Told him that I travel around and I try to learn information.
Bag of holding. Literally anywhere.
Okay. Well, now I don't want to part with a bag of holding. Okay, this is wonderful. Thank you.
You're welcome.
I'm gonna like stick my hand in and see what else I can pull out of it. If there's anything else in there.
Roll D100.
100? Okay. Percentage. And sided. 25.
25.
It's a nice, like, round number to land on out of 100.
You pull out a tiny silver coin of a raven.
Ooh.
Keep it.
Yeah. Tiny raven coin. Silver. All right, wonderful. And in exchange for this, what service can our group offer you?
As per usual, your consideration. Anyways, I have a lot of work to do.
You have it, Franklin. Thank you again for this. And should I learn any information that be made helpful, I shall let you know.
Thank you.
All right, we're gonna.
Good luck.
Thank you. We're all gonna walk on out, or I'm gonna walk on out.
Okay.
Thank you, sir. Do the same.
He gestures for the door to open, and you all proceed out, and a servant closes the door behind you.
Okay.
Shall we go catch a noble now?
I think we need to get out of the eye of the public before we discuss our next move. God forbid that mangy little familiar catches me with you, or catches me here with everybody.
Yeah, can I go ahead and keep an eye out, see if the cat is around? Anybody want to help me?
I can help you.
Yeah. Okay.
Oh,
Yeah,
Alright.
I'll help as well.
Advantage.
Another 17.
Keeping your eyes peeled, and it just seems to be common folk. No cats, no people looking on at you. I mean, occasionally you get a glance or two, but it's just because you're like standing outside of a well-refined office and kind of doing nothing. So you're just like, wonder what they're up to. Kind of people going about their day, nothing suspicious.
Okay. Well, so how much information should I be willing to share about everybody? They're going to want information from me regarding us, so I'm going to need to figure that out. I suppose
Sure. Go ahead.
I was just say I could suppose I could say that I've learned everyone's names and abilities.
Is it about lunchtime at this point, since we were gathered at the,
I'd say so.
do we want to grab a bite and talk this over?
Sounds wonderful, yeah.
Alright.
I'm like
Are you guys going to get your food?
Yeah. And I'm
Is
gonna
there...
You guys want to try something fun?
Sure.
Could be a loud place, easy to talk without being noticed.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Okay, make an investigation check. see what could be a popular site with few eyes and enough rowdiness so that you guys don't have to worry about being overheard.
I'm more than happy to help anyone who's skilled.
What are we doing? A perception check?
Investigation.
Oh, investigation. I'm a +6 on investigation.
I will help you then.
Take it away.
I got a nat 20, so I don't need anybody's help. I'm a strong, independent sorceress, and I don't need no one else.
Despite your friend's efforts to help you, you're just like, wait a second.
I got it.
Turn your head to the left, and you see what appears to be two options you have. One of them being Spice's Best Prices, and the other being Coco's Chocolate Factory.
Chocolate.
It's not really a meal, but you're leading on this.
I mean...
What do you mean? Chocolate's a meal? You guys aren't really familiar with chocolate, so you wouldn't know.
Okay.
I don't...
I mean, you guys have heard of it, you haven't really had it, though.
Okay.
I'm going to point the two shops out and say it's anybody's pick.
If you guys want just a fine dining area, if you go down another street or two, you could find, like, the glistening gem or the pink pearl, just a finer estate for lunch, if you wanted to. A little more low commer.
Ashley, you've been quiet. What do you think?
I don't know what chocolate is. I don't like spicy things. Let's keep walking.
So I imagine you proceed to one of the two restaurants then.
Mm-hmm.
The pink pearl!
Yeah, it has the lowest. It has the smallest line. Seems to be pretty good standards.
Okay.
And you guys make your way in. An individual approaches you, a simple elven gentleman. Says, "Hello. Are you curious of making a reservation, appointment?"
We were just hoping to sit down and get some food.
Slow day, so I imagine it should be quite simple. Gold piece entry fee.
Sure. I'm just going to hand it over.
And a gold. Sure. Thank you. I assure you, this is very fine delights. He proceeds to leave it. If you're looking for anything exotic, we do have a few items. He brings you to a round table and sits you all down. And a nice assortment of red napkins, little glasses of prepared wines, and just little soups to keep you occupied.
I'm going to thank him and sit down and then immediately pull out my notebook so that for anybody watching, it would look like I'm taking notes on my interaction with everyone. And in truth, I will be, because I'll be writing down what information everyone is willing to share.
Make a deception check. Make it seem like you're actively in
the middle of
some sort of interview. Yeah,
deception.
Make it seem like you don't belong to the group.
It's a +4. Oh, non-natural 20.
Make it a pretty convincing argument. People look over and they're like, I wonder if something's going on. And they just go back to their meals. They don't want to interrupt.
Aisling is like, you said they're like pre-prepared soups. She's like downing her soup. And if no one else is eating there, she's like grabbing it like she hasn't seen food in days.
You said you don't like spicy stuff.
Yeah. Is it spicy?
You gotta choke on it for a second. It's like,
she goes,
don't do that. Like I said, no, water's gonna make it worse. Just hands you a glass of milk.
She takes it, like, much better.
Steam coming out of your ears.
Yeah.
Your eyes are just very red. Your face is just...
Yeah.
I'm gonna shake my head and like...
You have a little just there.
Just like wipe it off.
Right, so, adventures! I'm gonna say it like a little bit louder so that like, continue with the deception. Adventures! Please tell me more. And then I'm gonna kind of lean in close and say, just tell me whatever it is you're okay whatever information you're okay with me sharing.
My name is Aisling. I'm from the mountains. I can do magic.
Oh, wonderful. What kind of magic?
All kinds of magic. I can levitate. I can turn into an animal. I can
So
do lots of things.
So you were a druid.
Yes.
Oh, wonderful, wonderful. And you, sir? And I'm gonna like turn to Farkar.
Just a former nobleman of sorts.
Wonderful. I'm gonna keep like taking notes on the group.
If you have to report something, my people consider names to have power. I prefer them not to have my real name.
I can say that you did not want to you did not wish to give it to me should my notes fall into the wrong hands.
It's fine. Tell them I'm good with a blade.
Is that what we're calling your claws now?
Hold up hands and very normal half-elven hands. Yeah, I prefer enemies not to know too much about me.
I'm gonna chuckle to myself and keep writing. Good with the blade, did not leave a name. And what should I tell them if I Kate? I know.
What do we want to tell them anything else?
At this point, you notice one of the waiters walks up to you and says, I'm sorry, are you doing an interview?
Less of an interview and more of a personal interest of things that interest me, I suppose.
It's just based off your conversation. I assumed you were reporting to somebody.
Oh no, I'm not reporting to anybody. These are just my own notes, and I'm gonna like pull it out and show them the page from the Giants. Say I just find things that are fascinating, and I can't help myself. The curiosity gets the better of me.
Okay, I was just curious because if you needed any, we have quite a few runners that can fetch people. If you need anybody,
If I need anybody.
just like I assumed you had an employer in case they wanted to intrigue on this conversation themselves. But if you're making personal notes, then I'll just tell my boys, and that they're fine.
Can I have a moment to think on it? And can I?
Of course. It's not like they're going anywhere.
Oh, wonderful! Thank you very much.
Besides everywhere, but at the moment I have at least 3.
Wonderful. Thank you very much. I shall keep that in mind, and I'll flag you down.
I'm always interested in a good story.
Oh, wonderful. Perhaps you can share a good story with me one time.
Perhaps, but of course not right now.
Yes.
I'm currently serving a variety of refined guests, and he turns around and looks over.
Turn to the group. Well, that was interesting.
To say the least.
Do you suppose? I mean, I'm gonna like get closer and like in hushed tones. Redbriar did ask that I bring him something of interest, something noteworthy. Do you suppose if we sent for him and I delivered us, he would find that of interest? He could ask his own questions.
He could also kill us.
I don't think he'd kill us in a restaurant full of patrons.
What if that's most likely the case, but I don't have any reason to trust he or Brad. Ashling's caution is probably appropriate. What if you finished your interview? We see if we could find the rest of us see if we could find a more secluded area of this establishment, and then you call for Redbriar and meet him here with your notes and the bag, and we would still be close at hand. What do y'all think of that?
I mean, he gave.
I can always. Sorry, go ahead.
No, it's okay. What do you have to say, Aisling?
I could always turn into an animal and pretend like I'm your pet.
That's fair. He did ask for me to meet him at his estate. And I think I stroked his ego enough for him to believe that I'm not a threat to him as of yet.
You do have a feeling that if you called for him, then he would take it as a compliment.
Okay.
He wanted you to meet him at the estate because he assumed he wouldn't be meeting you otherwise.
Okay.
I'm fine leaving some coin for you to offer to buy his meal to get him here.
All right, it's settled then. I shall call for him here.
Okay.
Although,
The man returns.
although, should he get here and the waiter mentioned that I had met with you previously here, I can. You know what? I can make it out.
Shall we finish eating first, or do you want us to try to see if we can find a different place, more hidden place now?
Let's finish. You can finish eating first, and I can say that I ran into you here, and after you had left is when I called for him to share the information that I had learned, as well as the item that I had procured.
DM, is this one large room? Are there multiple areas?
It seems like there's multiple areas, some of which are actually more secluded with like drawn back curtains and such, like private rooms. Yeah.
See if we, after we finish eating, anything else we need to discuss?
What of Hecate? And also, that familiar was watching the group for so long that perhaps Redbriar knows that there are, in fact, 5 of us, and I should come up with a mysterious 5th.
You could. I mean, he's a bard. He could be performing. He could be sleeping it off. Didn't meet you for this interview.
Yeah. And I suppose the 5th member of the party stayed behind with the bard. Alright. Alrighty then. I think I have everything that I need for this more immediate interaction.
Then I will put a small bag with 5 gold on the table for you. That's what I can offer. Call the waiter. Call the waiter back over.
Okay. Sweet.
Sir.
Turn.
Hayden, I think you're frozen.
I heard turn poop.
Nickel.
I think we can hear you. I think your face is just frozen.
Poop.
Nickel.
Oh no. Hayden!
So, what do you think, Farkar? Any input?
I think of making us less suspicious. We might want to spread out the different tables.
I think if any of you are to be seen, it could lead to questions. That familiar, the mage can see what the familiar sees, so, or at least that's what it would appear. So I think, should the mage tag along with Redbriar, we might be in more trouble than otherwise if we split up among tables.
So the suggestion would be, if we can afford one of the sequestered rooms, we go in there and leave Saeya with a particular phrase or word to speak loudly if she needs help.
Wonderful.
That sounds like it could work.
What? I mean, what word would you use, Saeya?
Oh, I don't know. I've never had to do something like this before.
Oh. Just say something's untoward.
Untoward?
Yeah.
I'm gonna, like, scratch my head a bit and do an insight check to see if I know the meaning of the word.
You don't.
I don't? I have the highest intelligence! That's a 21. I should know what the word means.
You've heard of it once or twice, and you never really used it in conversation.
I mean,
I'm Googling it.
I could. Literally just means inappropriate. You could just
Got
say
it.
something. You could say something's inappropriate. That'll work.
Untoward. I got it. We're good.
Okay.
Waiter,
Yes.
are any of these private rooms available?
Oh, yes, all of them. Well, all but
All but one.
All but one. How much to use one for the next period of time, next hour or so?
I'd say a gold piece should suffice.
And I'll slide him too. Thank you.
Let's see. And he takes the 2 gold pieces and escorts a number of you to the room. Says, "Enjoy your privacy."
I'm
you.
gonna call the waiter back to me now. My subjects of interest no longer require my company, and I actually would like to take you up on your offer of my employer. And I'm going to hand him the piece of paper with the address on it.
Redbriar. Very interesting.
Yes, he has asked me to provide him with some information, and I happened to run into these adventurers on the street. They were heading here, and I came in. The curiosity got the better of me.
Well, fine trait in a reporter. I'll send one of my boys immediately.
Wonderful.
They'll take this card to they'll prove that they these cards are not easy to come by. He hands it to a runner, and he quickly sprints off after taking a couple copper pieces from the guy. He's like, he should be back. Not long at all.
Wonderful. Could I have a fresh bottle of I suppose I can't afford your finest wine, but a very nice wine at the very least.
Well, I mean,
Grace
this
the
is
table.
5 gold sitting here. I think I can make an assortment of different wines.
Oh, that'd be very wonderful if you could have something prepared and brought to the table.
Of course. A noble in our restaurant. That'll be very exciting. He quickly scampers out and says, "All right, boys, prepare your finest wines. Too bad we don't have any elven kind. That'd be sad, considering I'm an elf. But anyways, let's go. Come on.
In Elvish, I'm gonna say to the guy, because I'm pretty sure I speak Elvish if I remember correctly. Hold on, really quick. Yes, I do. In Elvish, I'm gonna say it is a great shame considering Elvish wine is so wonderful.
Of course. And it's roughly 7 minutes or so before the runner boy comes back, and he he walks over to his boss and kind of whispers to him and he's like, "Oh, well, that's very quick of him. Everything is prepared, luckily. Take a trolley cart over there, boys. That's actually one of our nicer tables. The other ones are currently occupied. This should be that's fine." And he personally heads over to the front entrance, where he welcomes in the very large, hulking figure, very not bulk so much as pure just mass. That is Redbriar. He goes, Pink Pearl, I've been here once or twice. Been a while. He says, of course, you're sorry I'm a bit overwhelmed. Feel free. Your servant is over here. And he says, "Oh, of course." And he sits down in a chair they've prepped for him. He takes these little morsels of wine and puts them down on tables. I see. You've already been making busy. That's a good thing I'd like to see.
Yes, sir. After you so gracefully allowed me to bother you last night, I figured the least that I could do is spend my morning making busy and come to you with whatever information I have been able to find.
You make a fine subject. Yes, what have you collected?
I'm gonna reach into my bag, my backpack, and
Pull out the bag.
I'm gonna go into my bag to pull out a bag, and I'm gonna place it on the table and say, "This is a very." It's just a bag. It's like that SpongeBob episode where they're going for the chocolate, and it's just smaller bags to get to one chocolate bar.
Yeah.
I'm gonna pull out the bag and place it nicely on the table so that the smiling boy is facing Redbriar, and say that I've procured this bag of holding amongst my travels, and I have found it to be very useful indeed.
Very common, but very useful indeed. You can never go wrong with a bag of holding. Do be careful, however. If you were to put one of these inside of itself, you would be transported somewhere less than noteworthy.
Well, thankfully, I have not made that mistake amongst my travels. I also come to you with bits of information, and I'm gonna get quieter and lean closer in regards to the travelers that
Yes.
and the giants. I have
And then,
information on that.
what have you found out?
Well, I was only able to meet with 3 of them today, but one of them.
More than I expected.
Wonderful. One of them is a former nobleman, and he's a
What noble. Do you know of what family?
I do not, unfortunately. I did not have a lot of time with them before they ran off, but I feel as though it will not be my last meeting.
For privacy, I can guarantee you that. You do not wish to retire to one of the more private rooms unless they are currently occupied.
I believe that there were a few rooms that were open if you would prefer. However, I am not uncomfortable, and it would seem as though the staff here enjoys fawning over your graciousness.
Some people are like, is that no Redbriar? And he's like, I suppose this is to my liking.
So yes, so one of them is a former nobleman. But as I said, I feel that this will not be my last time meeting with them, and I should be able to procure more information from them. I did not want to pry too much should it appear that I was...
Caution. Caution is good.
Yes.
Curiosity killed the cat.
Yes. One of them, actually, oddly enough, refused to give a name, but he did mention that he had been very good with a blade. So I thought that might be interesting. Yes.
Well, as am I, of course. Corvians are naturally skilled with weapons and the proper rapier.
Oh, I do not doubt it. It'd be wonderful to see you in action sometime, my lord.
I'd love to, but unfortunately, I need my rest.
Oh, I understand.
Cute does not hold itself. Surprisingly enough.
And then
but back to the matter of hand.
Yes, and the last one, I've learned her to be from the mountains, and she's a druid.
Good, interesting.
Yes.
You've always fascinated me. So connected with nature. You can find quite a few interesting things in the shrubbery.
I would agree so. I would agree with that wholeheartedly. As evidenced by my natural curiosity for the things that I come across. So,
Very well.
I hope that I've procured enough information in the small amount of time that it's been, considering I slept.
Considering the amount of time, I'd say you've made excellent work. You've exceeded my expectations.
It's very wonderful. I hope, as I said last night, I hope to create a better impression of myself for you and, of course, for Lord Brad Ivar Black.
Yes, he's less approachable than myself, less persuadable.
Less personable, perhaps.
Yes. Of course. Even us Corvians have difficulty now and then. Although we are next to the gods of perfection, we are so very a sliver away.
Oh, I wouldn't sell yourself so short, my lord. You seem to be.
You flatter me.
I've
In
been
the meantime,
fidgeting
I
with my
think
hands.
this is excellent. I am interested in the the origins of this bag you have collected. Was it simple trade? Was it a small adventure?
No, it was.
Perhaps you stole it? Hmm?
Oh, nothing of the sort. As I said yesterday, I'm a terrible liar. I don't know how well I'd make as a thief. Uh,
Hmm.
I procured it in a trade in a magical shop. I had come across a shield with some inherently magical abilities that I did not need, as I don't. Obviously, I'm not much of a fighter. So I traded it for the bag of holding. I thought it might be more useful to store things like my parchments, my pens, and my inks. But I found it to be the most interesting thing in my collection. Don't you find it so fascinating?
You have a collection!
Hmm?
You have a collection, you say?
Oh, I don't mean a collection in anything quite so grand. I meant it more in a collection as in a collective of things.
You know, it's funny. I was once told a very good joke by a halfling, I believe. They told me that, well, I had stated, and although I don't like being corrected, I did appreciate his comment. I had stated you need 3 of something to make a collection. 1 is but an item. 2, well, you happen to have 2 things in common. 3 is a collection. But he said to me, and I thought it was the most hilarious thing, he said to me that he would think 2 human heads would suffice to be considered a collection. And I thought that was hilarious.
I'm gonna laugh. Oh, it is very funny. I suppose 2 human heads would be too many, at least for my taste.
Well, there you put them. Besides the whole bag of holding, of course, they would just stink the thing up.
I'm gonna tilt the bag of holding towards him and say, "Well, Your Eminence, if you would like to stick your hand in, I'm sure you would not find any human heads in here."
Would I find anything?
I don't believe so.
Well, it makes sense. Of course, you wouldn't put your items in there if you were presenting it. You'd like to have it cleaned out.
Yes.
I understand. Well, if this is so important to you, I will insist that you keep it.
Oh, I suppose if you do not need it, like I brought you.
I can guarantee you I have more than enough on my person, as it is,
Oh,
to hold my belongings.
well, how wonderful! I again hope that I've impressed you enough. Would you say that you would be willing to meet again? Perhaps give me some information as to what it is that Lord Black is looking for. Perhaps I could help procure it for you. I seem to have a knack for finding things. I found the adventurers.
He is very difficult to pry, even for myself, but considering your skills you've made so far, I'd say yes, you could have potential here. But keep this between ourselves. Black doesn't need to know.
Very well, my lord.
Yes, I do appreciate a bit of chaos between the politics. It's the fireworks, after all. What is politics without some punches now and then?
I would agree then, I suppose.
Yes. Well, I do have matters I need to attend to. This has been a delight. And the wines here, excellent. Very good, my lord. And he says, I will be certain to keep this restaurant in high regards. And you might see he slides some coins. It's like, just consider it a tip.
My lord, before you go,
Hmm.
given my knack, are you going to call upon me, or would you like to give me a task for the next time we meet?
I suppose I was a little hasty there. Are you familiar with Kenkus?
I have come across one, yes.
If you ever see any, they typically know who I am. Seeing as Corvians are like Kenkus, although Corvians are obviously superior, we do not have their mimicking ability, which I find to be rather entertaining. So if you ever come across one of them, I can guarantee you they've heard of me. Bird person to as a creature myself of elegance, although in the end a bird person. They know of each other. Much like, I couldn't really compare it from humans to apes, but it's something along those lines, I suppose.
I see. And what is it that you would like me to do should I come across one?
If you come across one and you're in need of my expertise, simply ask them or report to them that you are requiring my assistance and present them. And he pulls out a small badge and he hands it to you. Present them this item. It will guarantee that you are able to see me without much difficulty.
Okay. And what would you like me to, should I just call upon you? Should I find more information or perhaps something else of interest?
Let's say we'll see how you're doing in a week at max.
Okay. I shall look for your call then.
Oh, of course. Now, he sits up and he stands. Just be certain to be, well, cautious, as per usual. But we need not say anything more. I will be off now.
I'm gonna
And he begins
stand up and
walking.
like bow at him again, like I did last night.
Says, good seeing you. And he proceeds to move out. At which point, a small pigeon lands like right outside the door, and he looks at his.
Cannibalism.
Oh boy.
They're not in season yet. Pardon me. He walks out towards a large red carriage before entering it, and it's. The driver quickly hastens off as he moves out. Just kind of waving at you as he goes.
I'm gonna, having followed him out of the shop, I'm gonna wave at the carriage and stand outside the shop, maybe move like a couple doors down so it looks like I'm walking away, and then wait for the rest of the group to catch up with me.
Okay. 10 minutes later, and you guys get the feeling she's waiting for you, so...
I'm sorry I didn't say anything.
You're muted there.
Just during that time, did anyone want to say anything? If not, Faircart, did you say you were a nobleman?
Technically speaking, my family was,
Of nobility.
yeah, you could say we were wealthy.
Okay. Just making sure I heard it correctly.
We
Actually-
weren't like kings or anything. We were rich enough.
Understood. What brought you here? Other than mysterious statues and waterfalls.
Can we get a drink first before we get this?
Perhaps later then. Ashling, what brought you from the mountains?
I heard there were these things called buildings, and I wanted to see one. They're strong and sturdy, and they have roofs that don't collapse.
It's a worthwhile venture. What do you think now that you've seen them?
I much prefer my little cave.
I understand. My people, the Noamuth travel. I'm not used to sitting still. Shall we find Saeya?
Let's go.
See what trouble she's gotten herself into this time.
You proceed, and eventually you find Saeya around the corner. She seems to be waiting, just kind of twiddling her thumbs before you notice each other.
So, friends,
How did it go?
I'm going to give the whole rundown of the exchange.
All right. All
About
right.
as
And you
well
got
as I
to
could expect.
keep the bag.
I did, yes. Do you think we should return it to Franklin?
Um, likely. For that. Is there any way I might have encountered a bag of holding before?
I mean, you've heard of them.
Can I see it before we return it?
Yeah, sure. I hand it over.
Turn it inside out.
Dust.
Okay. I mean, if there was anything else in there that would have showed us.
Wonderful.
Here you go.
I'm going to take it back and be like, this is fascinating. I'm going to stick my head inside of it.
You stick your head in, and it's like your head is in this it's like a spacey zone, but it's like a shed, about the size of a shed, but it's like just like this. It looks like infinite space.
Insane. I'll pull my head out and like look around again and then put it back in. What kind of
A dead rat just kind of finally falls out and like must have got stuck in there or something.
Ugh.
Just.
Okay, I want to know how you turn a bag of holding inside out, first of all.
He turned it inside out, and it's like comes out as like a paperiness. It looks like not. It doesn't. It's a strange dilemma. It's difficult to turn out infinite space.
Yeah,
He turned it inside out, and it like looked the way it would as a normal bag. But when he put it back in, it functioned as it normally would.
Okay. Thank you.
Let's see the universe in collapse.
All right.
True.
I'm gonna take this back and I'm gonna say, would you like to come with me to return this to Franklin, or should I meet you? I can meet you back at the tavern though, where we can kind of regroup and come up with our next plan. But I would prefer not to have to hold on to this longer than necessary.
Do you want someone to accompany you? That way, if anything like last night happens again, you'll at least have someone with you.
Perhaps. On the other hand, though, I do fear that cat, and I'm like looking around, like trying to find it.
If you would like to make a perception check, you can.
Yeah.
But no, cats. Maybe a stray or something in the corner, but not that
8.
cat.
It's an 8 on this perception check.
You see, actually one or two cats, but they just look like lazy cats.
All right.
They just keep going on.
I'm going to turn to Rin and say, if you would like to accompany me, you're more than welcome. But I say let's head off quickly.
Yeah, I'll do that. Why don't you have your notepad out to keep up this?
Notepad out and ready, sir. Scribble, scribble,
And,
scribble.
and I will accompany her.
Okay. You both proceed to the tavern, was it? Or were you heading back to Frank?
Rin and I are going to see Franklin, and I think the others are going back to the inn, and we're going to meet up with them afterwards.
Okay. Nothing particularly different about when you return to Franklin. When you do so, he takes it back and says, thank you for returning it. I did not think I was actually going to get this back.
To be fair, I didn't either, but when Redbriar did not take it with him, I thought it might be good to return it back to its rightful owner.
That's it. He's already has too many.
I'm going to look around. Are we kind of back in the office again, or are we still out front?
You're in the office.
So it's private. There's not really anybody in there. I'm going to kind of look around, make sure no one's watching, and then turn to Franklin and say, and about earlier, and I'm going to take off my headband.
Okay.
And now I am green.
Yeah. You present yourself as the half-orc you are. He looks at you just curiously, like, I was expecting something else, but if it's a common illusion to disguise yourself as a typical human, I can understand that.
It's not particularly common. I had an incident, I suppose you could say, and mine has left me with more questions than answers, and I find it has been easier to change the color of my skin, as people who are looking for someone with a green tone tend to have their eyes sweep past.
It's mainly the tusks. I don't think the green kind of pops out a little bit for people, but I think it's the tusks that freak people out the most, honestly.
Perhaps, but someone who's looking for a green-skinned girl with tusks would pass their eyes over me with the headband on. So I seem to have an easier go of it, looking the way that I generally do versus like this.
Don't be afraid to be loud and proud, but I understand.
It's not a fear of who I am. I am proud of who I am. It's a fear of the people who are searching for me, I suppose. Not knowing what they want, being chased.
You seem uncertain of what's happening with you, but I say we hold out. In the meantime, I do have to return to my work, unfortunately. So, I'll be seeing you around.
Yes, until next time. And I'm going to slip the headband back on. Turn to Rin.
Shall we?
Let's. And walk out.
Okay. You both proceed out and move your way back to the tavern.
I feel like on the way to the tavern, Aisling was just like asking Farkar a bunch of questions, and she was just like, "So if you were rich, did you have any jewels?"
No, I was too young for jewels.
What about any rocks?
No, rocks really weren't tickling my fancy when I was young.
So why do you keep that amulet around your neck?
You see, somewhere in my family's lineage, one of my ancestors had made a deal with some sort of demon for power. And that, I would call it a gift, but that gift has been passed down through my line, and this amulet only lights up whenever someone of my bloodline wears it, and different runes will appear depending on how much of this demon they're able to tap into.
Interesting. And she looks like uncharacteristically like thoughtful and somber. She goes, "That sounds like a great burden."
Yeah. It has its advantages though.
Can I look at it?
Sure. And Farquhar, like, not quite exactly, like, sure how to do it, because he doesn't want to take off. But he's not, if she should pick up Ainsling, like, to look at her, or he should crouch down, or...
What she'll do is she'll kind of use Gust just to, like, pick it up so it, like, floats a little bit in front of him, like, when the string's still around his neck, and she'll just kind of, like, look up at it and gaze at it, and, is there anything I'd recognize on it just from, like, reading and studying on my own?
No symbols.
Okay. And then she'll, like, let the Gust go. She'll be like, "Fascinating. Thank you for telling me."
You're welcome.
And then she'll just keep marching towards the inn.
And eventually to the inn you march. 4 of you are now reunited.
actually, before we got there, Saeya,
Yes.
do you want to talk about it?
Suppose there's not much to talk about, but now that you know, I remember nothing. I woke up one day dressed as a student and had this strange note in my bag, and I was being chased. People were shouting for me, and kind of like a, you know, I mean, the standard chase things, I suppose. After her, get her, don't let her get away. And I kept running. And every place that I came to, for the most part, it was fine. But every once in a while, somebody would see me and they would call out for me. I don't even know if Saeya is my actual name. It's just one that I had picked. It was written on a slip of paper in my pocket. But I don't recall anything. And I found it easier. I purchased the headband and I found it easier for me to move between places and keep on the move when I didn't look how I was supposed to. People were able to pass over me more easily. So
It's understandable. I'm sorry to hear that.
I'm not. It's
Okay.
all I've known at this point, I suppose.
No, there's a beauty to travel. There's a beauty to not being tied down. I'm familiar, but to be chased is to be harried by others and not why is exhausting. For whatever it's worth, I'll help however I can.
I appreciate that. Thank you. Tell me what your life was like.
It was good. It was good. Large traveling clan, closest word. Drow, half drow people group. Stay away from cities as often as possible because, well, half orcs have frequent presentations, as do drow. But that's been over for several years. I work in protection now. I work to make ends meet. That's perhaps on an evening I've had something to drink. Ask me again.
Perhaps.
Let's head back.
What do you do once you've all reunited?
I think we all sit down and I, keeping the notebook out, I guess, at all times. And I'll say, so what's the move now? Do we look for work or? I mean,
I think strategically based on what I've heard, I don't think we have anywhere near enough capabilities, power at the moment to deal with Brad Ivar. It's really hard to take someone with the name Brad seriously, but
you can
we
just
have
call
to.
him Lord Black if you'd like.
Lord Black, thank you, yes. So, I mean, what comes next?
I'm going to lean back on the table and pull out like a small handful of candy and toss it into the center and call for he.
Turd.
He.
You little turd.
Don't call him that, Rin.
Why don't we go search for the noble?
Proves itself.
We can. He
just looks tired.
Are you exhausted, poor thing?
I'm just tired.
Oh, well, have at the candy at the center. It's for you. Perhaps a sugar rush will do you some good. What can you tell us about Brad Ivar? Last night you had mentioned that he knew I was there, whether he saw me or not.
Mm-hmm. Something. It's this type of this type of sight that some people have, some creatures. As a dragon, I've heard that bigger dragons have something that can detect creatures without having to look at them. Kind of like smell or heat, or just downright knowing they're there.
He referred to you as a small nuisance, a creature of chaos. Have you and Brad Ivar...
Accurate.
But you and Brad Ivar, I mean, have you met before you hopped up on his table?
Briefly.
And how was the exchange?
Sometimes. Typically, the way it went last time, I just come by, I make my annoying comments, but he takes them because he considers all information valuable.
Okay, that's valuable information.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to turn to the group and say, I mean, do you guys have any questions? I'm sure that he would be able to answer.
You know, the diet of nothing but sugar may explain why you're so tired.
No, my species thrives off sugars.
Are they all?
Because I was awake all. I was just awake all night because I was watching over Saeya's room, making sure she was all right.
Oh, hey. I'm gonna like reach my arms out and be like, come here, come here for a cuddle.
Now,
Oh, would you like extra candy? I had no idea you were posted up last night.
it's okay. I'm usually a late sleep. I usually burn midnight oil. It's just more tired than usual. Maybe it's allergies or something. I'm gonna head off now.
Before you go,
Yeah.
do you know anything about the noble who is being hunted by City Watch, the police, whatever you want to call them?
I don't know much, but apparently they're out in the forest or something. There are not a lot of people loyal to them at this point.
Do I believe that that's all he knows?
You make an insight check.
I do. He doesn't seem to be purposefully
Dirty
dishonest.
20.
Doesn't seem like he's trying to deceive you in any way. Doesn't seem like it's a white lie. It just seems like he just lacks interest in the matter.
That, more than anything else, was what I thought.
Okay. I'm gonna thank he. Oh, do you have another question?
What if he's a powerful figure, yes he? Or was?
Oh?
The Lord.
She was pretty strong, yeah. I mean, she had a lot of influence. Most people liked her.
Did human trafficking
until they found out.
Did human trafficking seem to be something that she would have done? I mean, if she was a popular figure, do you get the sense that that would have been something she did, or perhaps maybe she's being
Framed?
Yes, thank you. That's what I was looking for.
I wouldn't know.
Okay.
Cool.
It's not really that's not really my piece of pie.
Okay.
Right.
Well, if that's everything, and I'm going to turn and look at the group to make sure that nobody has any other questions. All right. I'm going to turn to he and say, well, thank you again for watching over me last night and for coming to my rescue. I shall call upon you if I need you, but in the meantime, please get some sleep.
Sure thing. He flies away, and you can see him in the distance, like shooing a crow away from its nest and like climbing into it. So, what is your course of action?
So here's the thing. I think we have to be careful about how we're seen in public because I don't want to be seen with you guys too much. Since Redbriar said that he would check in with me in less than a week, that leads me to believe that perhaps he is going to be watching me to see what more information I can gather. So I don't want to be too on the nose with you guys. So I think we should probably, whatever decisions we make, they should be made wherever we are, and then we head off as if it's separate, and then meet back up wherever our destinations are. I want to be careful. And we also need to come up with whatever other information you guys are willing to share in regards to... I have to show up with more information every once in a while. Even if it's lies. Whatever it is, I'm willing to be told.
Yeah,
I mean, about as much as I can give is my family's last name.
I can definitely work with that information.
that does. I mean, that you're willing to take the risk of being exposed with that group by yourself, yes? Saeya?
Can you rephrase the question, please?
Sorry. This will put you alone. You're fine.
I've spent all of this time. I mean, 4 days ago I was alone. I am willing to do what's necessary to ensure the safety of myself and those around me.
Okay. Then, yeah. Aisling, you said you wanted to go after, or at least look into this Lady Lord.
Yes.
I agree. I believe that someone should head to the nobleman's office or not nobleman's office. Sorry, the bounty hunter's office, perhaps, to gather information from there. Perhaps I will head to the outskirts of the city, just beyond the wall, since they are hiding in the woods. If anyone would like to come with me. And someone else or others can go to the bounty hunter's office, and we can meet back up just off of the path and share what we know and head in.
Yeah, I could go to the bounty hunter's office and see what information they can give to us.
I'll go to the wall near or wherever we're going. Whatever you said, Saeya. I'll go do that.
You'll come to the wall with me? Okay.
Yeah.
Do we want to break up the fighters and the casters in that way? In case anyone's attacking.
Or we can split between caster and fighter, keep them in groups of 2. It does not matter. I don't think it makes sense for a journalist to go to the bounty hunter's office, though, so I definitely can't be the one to go.
I mean, all else fails, if need be, I probably could manage to get away from a chase. Although I really doubt they would try to do anything in the bounty hunter's office.
Okay, I'll come with you.
Alright, fighters and casters.
Split up. The bounty hunter's office is relatively uneventful. The Magman's in there, still going through little papers and stuff. It seems as though everything he's been signing, they have to replace with some sort of leather instead of paper, as they can immediately combust. So the Magman will not be on this job. However, it seems as though there might be other competition currently out there looking into this, but you don't know who or where, or if they've even made any progress. You're given the location of the last known origin and the suspected area in which they think this noblewoman is currently hiding out in.
Can I see if I can persuade any other info about the noblewoman out of whoever?
Yeah, make a persuasion check, unless you're asking. It depends on what you're asking.
I guess just asking about like who she was in the city, and like essentially how does she get viewed by most people?
Typically pretty beloved by higher classes, not so much lower classes. The lower classes always seemed that she wasn't doing enough work for them, and she was always appeasing to the more wealthy. But considering votes went in her favor, since most folks tend to have a fee, at least around here.
Why do people live here?
Well, when you find a hole in the ground that's good enough, you take it.
Sure.
That works.
There's a lot worse place to be.
Well, unless you have anything you would like to ask, then I do.
I've gotten the impression that this what's this lord's name?
Her name is just Seraph Blacksteel.
I got the impression from several people around town that Lord Blacksteel was well respected for a time. Were these actions just outside of normal?
She was respected by the general populace, but she did have quite a few people who did not enjoy her presence here, and typically because they were mostly conspiracy theorists, and turns out their little theories were accurate.
Do I feel like I'm getting the whole story for them? There's been bribes mentioned several times today, so do I feel like anything might be involved?
Based off this guy?
Yeah.
You can make an insight check.
Nah, he's being honest.
Hard to read.
Magic 8 Ball says try again.
Come back another time.
Answer unclear.
Yeah. Can I try an insight check?
Sure.
The call time dice don't fail me. Yes, a 19.
It feels like he's giving you about as much information as he's willing to let go. If there's anything further, it would be strictly to the guards' information themselves. He's not just going to give it away.
Yeah, bribe him. He's looking for that money, money, money.
I can do one better.
Here comes the money.
Punch him in his throat.
Drop
Can
him.
Yes.
Hit him
Can
with
I,
the pedigree.
Can I persuade him to give us more information?
What are you doing?
I have 148 gold. I'll give you whatever you want. Just give him a gold piece. Jesus Christ.
Hold on. Which of these two things is higher? Shit, they're both about the same thing.
And another 70 gold in gems. I mean, really.
You know what? Let's go intimidation. We haven't done that.
Jesus Christ.
How are you intimidating him?
Gets his foot ready to drop kick.
Yeah. Swatting his foot.
No, by intimidation, you have to, because it's the running gag, just take whatever shirt you're wearing and just start ripping it from no.
I'm turning into a monster!
Yeah, Hulk out of
You know
the
what?
shirt.
You know what? Why? You know what? Like, Farquhar is going to take his head and, like, tilt it sideways and just
Lady.
and just give this man the most menacing fucking pose he has, and kindly ask, "Is there anything else you can give us on this woman?"
Make an intimidation check.
That's just like, lady.
Lady.
I'm just stands up like a fucking JoJo's character.
Yes.
Your
Oh,
your center of gravity is so far off. You're leaned all the way back with like your hips in the weirdest position, like an anime character with your arms almost touching the ground.
I am pulling the full Dio.
Yes, Dio. Nani?
That is a 14.
Oof.
Please leave. I will not ask again.
I tried.
Sorry about that. Let's go.
Just like people I deal with.
You know, I thought it would work. It's been a while since I've done it.
Does posing at people normally intimidate a person?
I mean, then again, every time I did pose on someone like that, I usually had like the extra arms out, and I was probably already a little roughed up.
Yeah, I can see the extra arms. I could see helping. It was a good effort.
All right.
You missed every shot you don't take, and then you miss half the shots you do take.
It's a really depressing life philosophy. Let's go.
Off you go.
Walter,
Since the casters don't actually know where they're going, eventually you guys will meet up.
how do we?
Oh,
Wait,
hey.
wait,
What
wait,
to do
wait.
before then, though?
Why do we have no idea where we're going?
Because you don't have a location. They went to the bounty hunter's office to get a location.
Oh,
You guys
yeah,
told
we're
the
at-
forest.
Yeah, we're in the. I misunderstood. I thought you meant like in the town somewhere. I was like, we can't even get out of the city limits. Jesus.
No, like you don't know where to
terrible.
explore the town. Yeah, every time you find a door, you're like, you run into it. Like it's just a brick wall painted to look like the exit.
All the walls that surround the city.
I mean, if he was mean enough, he could have just casted hallucinatory terrain. You guys be wandering around for hours.
I'm just imagining like Wile E. Coyote style. Like every time we get to what we think is a doorway in this wall that surrounds the city, we just like walk straight into it.
You open the door, another door. Yeah, I know where this is going.
Yeah. All right. So as we're walking, I turn to Aisling and say, "So how'd you sleep last night?"
Why?
I don't know. I'm making conversation. We don't really spend a lot of time alone.
Okay, sorry. I slept fine. Not as good as I would up in the mountains, but I slept fine.
That's nice. How lovely.
How did you sleep last night?
I'm just gonna like raise one eyebrow at her and look at her and go, Do you really think I slept much last night?"
No, you look terrible.
Oh. Thanks, kid. Appreciate it.
You're welcome.
I suppose this tree line here is as good as any to kind of step behind and keep an eye on the path.
Okay.
Great.
And here you are. You have made it to your destination. And you finally meet up with the rest of your group. What would you like to do as you have finally come back together?
Alright, so what did the bounty hunter's office say?
They told us the last general location she was in, and we managed to find out that she was highly regarded by a lot of people except for the lower class. And apparently there's a bunch of conspiracy theorists saying all sorts of nonsense, which turned out to be true.
Okay.
The lesson to learn from that is not that conspiracy theories are correct, but that the sun shines on a dog's ass some days.
I'm gonna like laugh at that. Okay, so they give us a last known location. Shall we head out to check it out? Did you happen to find out if she had any? It seems like a lot of the nobility around here tend to be casters or have some sort of skill. Did you happen to find out if she is among them?
No.
Wonderful. There goes my idea of using detect magic to hone in on her location.
Yeah. That was a mistake. Sorry about that.
That's okay. Well, I suppose we should head to whatever area the guards are pointing us towards. While keeping hidden, mind you. She's as, disagreeable, I suppose, as...
Off you go. Make your stealth checks.
Yeah. 16! I don't know why I looked at my sheet like I had a
Being
modifier.
16.
16.
Well, you get a 16. Okay.
Well, you know what's ironic about it? I keep getting 16s, but, like, it's a 16 after, like, a +2 on persuasion, or a +6 on performance.
I got a 21.
Woo!
Miss Invisible over here.
I'm gonna
Your
let her
druid
use-
instincts just kick in, and you just you make like little bird noises. You hide behind a tree. You motion for them to move, stop them, and then like just this random group of goblins like move by, and then you like meow.
Go!
I'm imagining. You remember that scene in the Hercules movie where Danny DeVito's character's chasing the nymphs of the forest, and they all just keep turning into trees or bushes or stuff.
I am the tree. All right. Yeah. I don't think it's gonna matter. Even if our monk gets a really horrible score, I think we're still good.
I think our overall is still
Yeah,
really great.
Yeah, I got a 15.
And eventually, you make it to the last known location, which appears to be a little bit of campfire smoke in the distance as you approach.
All right.
Moving in, you guys make a small perimeter around what seems to be a ruined camp with a singular elven woman sitting there tending to a longbow. Seems to be tweaking it, like sharpening an arrow, and coming a little ways from her, approaching her, is a man in studded leather armor and with a shield prop on his arm and a spear in his hand. He's like charging over and waves to her, and she motions for him to sit beside her.
I'm going to that wand that we were given that I took out of the chest that we were given. It's a wand of magic detection, I think is what you had told me.
True. If you're trying to detect like magical abilities off of somebody, it's difficult because essentially you just be, even if it's there, you essentially just be detecting their innate magic that everybody in the entire world essentially has. It would be difficult to distinguish.
So can I ask
unless there's something particularly about them, like. Plus, how close do you have to be for that?
I don't know. You didn't give me any stats on it. I have no idea what I'm looking for.
Just search up the item.
I'm sorry. I wasn't ready for this.
Okay.
Manage equipment. I apologize. I'm sorry.
It's fine. It's fine. Anyways, I'll give you guys a little layout of the land.
Wand of magic detection. Got it. This wand has 3 charges. While holding it, you can expend 1 charge as an action to cast Detect Magic. The wand regains 1d3 expended charges daily at dawn. Oh, so I get 3 charges a day with the Detect Magic. Oh! Well, I should have gotten rid of that spell then.
Well, you might lose it.
My wand? Nah.
Yeah,
I would never do something so heinous. Alright.
Heinous.
As to lose my wand.
How dare.
Okay. So, can I do... I'd like to do an investigation check to determine if this, like, ruined camp is housing more people than we actually see.
Yeah, go ahead.
Pink dice or sparkly dice?
Sparkly.
Sparkles! Ooh, I dropped it. Oh, what did I say I wanted to do? Investigation? What's... 23.
23, you say.
Yeah, I do say.
Alright.
Say.
We'll get rid of you. You'll go. I think that will be nice. Based off, it looks like people have been here, but if you had to guess, it is just these 2 individuals who are actually here. They seem to be making a small amount of conversation, and if you had to guess, this is the only guard with this if you presumed noblewoman based off her fine clothes. And you do see little sections that seem to be indicating that this is, in fact, the woman you're looking for, based off the symbolism of the tent setup and like the actual insignia on this guy's badge.
All right, I'm gonna turn to the group and say, do you want to try to play this stealthily? I mean, I can walk up to the group and act like a lonely traveler, having seen their smoke and wanting to join in with their fire.
Maybe I should do it. If they're into human trafficking, a little child is probably what they'd want.
No, what type of trafficking, though?
As bad as that sounds, that actually does make a point.
I don't want to agree with that, but I do think it's a decent plan. We could at least, if we're paying it, if we pay attention, we can possibly discern something about her character.
Put it, like, lean closer to Farquhar and, like, whisper and say, or we could just let her take her.
Farquhar's gonna thump her on the forehead.
Ow!
Skadoosh.
Fine, we'll keep her.
Skadoosh.
Alright, Aisling. Be gone. Shoo shoo. Wander off, small child.
Okay. So I'm going to... Oh no, he's shaking his head. Now I'm scared.
You should skip into the forest. Like, just start skipping. Like it's a little girl.
Hansel! Oh, Hansel, where are you?
And Gretel, I found a gingerbread house, Gretel.
No, she's not gonna go skipping out. She's gonna just walk out and kind of like have some like dirt on her face. Like she's gonna pick up some dirt from the ground and like rub it on her face and like look kind of dirty and disheveled. And she's gonna walk up and try and like approach them and see if they notice her.
Yeah. If you're just presenting yourself, they notice you.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then I'm gonna
Not
ask,
you.
do you have any food?
How close do you want to get?
Can I get a little bit closer than that? Like,
That
there's
close?
good. Yeah, that's good.
Okay, then you are that close.
Alright, and I'm asking them if they have any food.
They both turn towards you, and immediately this one with the bow like leans, holds it back, and points at you. The guy with the spear places it up, and they are ready to attack you, but they stay in place. Who are you?
My name is Aisling. I got lost in the woods. Do you have any food?
Where are you from?
I'm not from around here. It's been a long journey. I was traveling with my parents.
Make a deception check.
Why is that sus? Okay.
I know, seriously. It's like this is the wrong thing for us to be doing.
Okay, what am I doing?
Deception.
Deception, thank you. Oh god, that's a -1. That's a 9. Oops.
Yikes.
They don't seem to be buying your story.
Okay.
How many of you are there?
Just me.
Get closer.
Me?
Do anything I don't like, I shoot you right between the eyes.
Under her breath, she's gonna mutter, that's not nice.
Gonna,
And she's gonna, like, move forward.
Closer.
Yeah.
You stand here. The one with the spear quickly like kicks you in the back of your knee so that you kind of fall prone and like point the spear at you. The other one with the woman's like keeping her eyes peeled.
I'm gonna, like, from where I'm covered, I'm assuming I'm still super stealthy. I'm gonna, like, I'm not gonna shoot a firebolt, but I'm just gonna kind of, like, have my hand start, like, fiery a little bit, just, like, ready to throw something should I need to.
Like, if anyone's out there with decency for your friend, I would like to see you now with nothing suspicious. Anything goes awry, she gets a spear in the face.
I'm gonna, like, look towards Farkar and Rin, and I'm gonna kind of go like this, like, stay down. Let this play out.
I'm concerned you don't like my character, so you're just like, oh yeah,
I'm not gonna let you die.
Okay, I'm just gonna be like, I just wanted some food.
I do not believe you.
Actually, I'll motion back to Saeya and just
I'm gonna do the thing where, like, don't get back, stop, get back here.
step out. Step out with both hands up. Simply say, we noticed you and we wanted to test what kind of people you were before we engaged. I tend to find it an easy judge of character in the way they treat those who are smaller.
Doesn't matter. She lied. What's
You
purpose
have
here?
We saw you. We wanted to test who you were as people.
Your persuasion check.
Ha 17.
They're hesitant. How many of you are there?
Four.
God, why?
Guess I'm not scared.
Why are you in the woods in the first place?
Well, I believe we're actually looking for you. We wanted to see if the rumors were true and test what kind of person you are. If you are being wrongly accused in a corrupt town, we wanted to give you the chance to present yourself as such. So far, you've knocked my friend to the ground.
I can't be too careful. If I go back, I'm lynched.
Sure. But you are outnumbered.
It doesn't matter if we lose. It matters how many people you're willing to lose in the efforts to win.
Again,
I'm not going back for something I didn't do.
Here to discern what kind of person you are.
I'm
Your actions reveal.
hesitant. If you're suggesting that my caution is enough to persuade you into thinking that I have done horrible things that I've been accused of doing,
I haven't made a decision, but the way those with more power treat those with less, nonetheless, it's
I
character.
have no power.
2 of you, 1 of her. Let her up.
I want to see your other friends.
Let her up. If you're sure enough that you can end her so quickly, then you risk nothing by giving her the humane treatment of allowing her to stand on her feet.
Up.
She'll get up.
Just wave to the other 2.
Well, shit.
I'm
Guess the jig's up.
gonna turn to Farkar. Why can't we ever just stay in stealth? I don't want to be out there. God. And stand up.
Present yourselves.
Now, convince me.
Convince you what?
Just gonna be in the background looking bored with this whole situation.
If it's to convince you that I'm innocent, I don't have any proof that I am. I just... Look, I am not going back because Look, a lot of things are going against me right now, and I'm not going back. So you and your merry band can just pick up where you left off and get out of here.
I'm gonna speak up from the background and say, what can you... If you say you have no proof of your innocence,
Just my word.
fine.
Tell us your story.
Before that, though, who would frame you for this? I have a feeling I know the answer, but I'm hoping.
I don't know. There's a lot of people who benefit from my loss. Probably someone within my family line. Probably one of my advisors.
Okay.
Doesn't matter. Just get out of here.
Afraid we can't do that just yet. There's a lot of other people after you, and we need to make our decision of, well, whether to help you or to turn you in.
Help me how?
Help you get your innocence displayed, help you get farther away from the city, help you by going back to the... Well, actually, I'm going to turn to Farkar. This one could probably beat me up real bad, and I can drag my sorry ass back to the bounty hunter's office and say that you moved locations. That way, I could get other bounty hunters off your tail. There's lots of things that we can do. Possibilities are endless.
Look, if we wanted to immediately attack you, we would have. We wanted to test your character. You've been accused of human trafficking. Presented with the opportunity to respond just in a simple move on situation to a single young woman, you responded with violence. Careful is fine. Just tell us the stupid story. You risk nothing by telling us whatever you can think of. It's time we're not fighting.
I represent the house back in Kepjar. House Black Steel. And look, I can never please anybody. I have to, if I don't keep up enough with the wealthier people than me, if I don't do what they want, then they get their way every single time. They can do a lot of bad stuff if I don't do what I need to do. So I can't always look out for the people who actually need help. So a lot of people didn't like me. I imagine one of my advisors took the opportunity to take my place by throwing me out with some rumors, some lies. I mean, Kepjar does have a lot of bad stuff. It's easy to pin one bad thing that they've done on the random noble that a lot of people are disliking, and that the wealthy can easily overlook. It's just me and my good, faithful guard now.
About game, did we ever figure out Franklin's last name?
No.
Okay, food for thought. Back into game.
Does any of this read as truthful?
You can make an insight check.
That's not me. I'm a +1.
Insight
10?
I have a +3 to insight.
It's hard to discern so far.
Yeah. 10. Who specifically stands to benefit from you in particular being run out of town and being blamed for human trafficking?
She thinks it would probably be just thinking, and I suppose with your passive, you're all distracted, but Farkar, you hear like a faint, as if something's being locked, and then you're, and it hits her, and you see a bolt hit her straight in the ribs. She goes, she cries out, taking 6 points of piercing damage. She's like, "What the hell? It's an ambush!" And you see bandits coming out with loaded crossbows, and like, don't know what's going on here, but we're getting our bounty.
I'm just gonna groan and like throw my hands up in the air. God, I can't. One day without having to get hit by something would be nice. Jesus Christ! Now like hands are fully on fire again.
It seems to be two individuals with crossbows, and one individual with an assortment of different weapons.
Great.
Assortment? Wonderful.
So, like everyone to roll initiative.
Duck dice!
Duck dice!
Oh, I don't have an initiative, so it's 14!
I rolled that one.
That is a 12.
Is there still feedback on my mic?
I hear a popping sound. I don't know if anyone else hears it.
Yo, I've been wondering what it was. I thought it was like rain.
No, I thought it was me, and so I like muted everything, but it didn't go away.
And it wasn't.
Does it go away when I mute?
I don't hear it now.
Is it back now?
Yeah.
Shite. Hold on.
Rin got a 19, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Alright. So Rin, Saeya, Farkar, and then
Is this better?
Ashley. A little.
No? Okay. Well, we're just gonna have to probably have. I can hear like in one of my ears for a second, but then it like goes away. I don't know what to do.
That's okay.
Alright. Yeah, I can hear it now too. It's weird.
Now that you're thinking about it.
Well, no, I actually hear it. Okay, so the initiative was as such.
It goes Rin with 19, me with 14, Farkar with 12, and Ashling with 1.
Technically, it was 3.
Sorry, with 3.
Hey.
Okay. So the initiative is as such. So so we got Rin with 19.
Yep.
Yes, sir.
Okay. 14 goes to our sorceress.
Yep. Sorceress Supreme.
So what did our monk get?
12.
12. And our faithful druid.
3.
Our kind-hearted, faithful little nugget.
Okay, I will roll for the rest.
I thought it was a good plan.
It was a great plan. If only she could lie better. Why
Sorry.
is it whenever we send Aisling in, she winds up like something winds up happening. She had to fight a giant. Our bounty got an arrow through the shoulder.
Hey, that was not my bad.
Okay, and finally the bandits. So many stat blocks.
Oh, great!
Yay!
Okay, so you guys go here.
Hey, Farquhar, I asked if you had got to drop kicks and things for a while now. You get to.
Oh, there'll be plenty of kicks thrown around today.
I was like, is that music? And I realized someone else is watching a movie. Okay, so first up, the Mighty Barbarian.
Alright, how far...
Sorry, I'm going to pop off the call and pop back in really quickly, see if that helps. Then we'll work this out.
I can hear it.
It's silence.
Is it any better now?
No.
Still there.
It's okay.
It's not bad.
It's a problem for another day. If I thought it was going to be like a quick solution, we could try it, but oh well.
Okay, oh well. We go with what we got.
You don't know what you got till it's gone.
Deep words.
So,
One more day.
okay, so what is our barbarian asking?
How far away is the basic humanoid creature with all of the weapons? What are you looking at?
These three are just general humans. I only have orcs, though. He's 10 feet from you.
10 feet?
10 feet between the two of you.
So at the very least, my thought process is either we're going to end up helping an innocent person or we're bringing her in. And no one attacks anyone during parlay. So at this point, just go ahead and just yell. Draw the sword. Draw the sword, raging. Look back at Saeya and say sword, and just take a big old. Just go ahead and make it reckless. 17 to hit.
Are you just hitting the first guy?
The one with the weapons.
Yep, that hits.
Yeah. All right, so that will be 5, 8. No. Level 4. Yay! 5, 9, 11 points. 11 points on that. Just draw the shield up between us. That'll be my turn.
All right. He's striking across. He's just, and he's just trying to maintain his posture and his pose, although he's having much difficulty. He's just, what the hell's going on? I thought they didn't have enough guards.
At which point, I simply say, "Run!"
Okay. That brings it to the end of your turn. Okay. That brings it to this bandit's turn, who sees this individual come in immediately. He's like, "Don't!" And the one who's attacked is like, "I want the prize. Keep it going!" And he's just like pulls out another bolt and shoots at the lady with the longbow, as she's the only one with supposedly the only one with rage. Takes a shot and like hits off some a piece of breastplate she's wearing. She's like, "But what the hell is going on?" And he's just going to back up because he doesn't want to be near you. Yep, that is that one's turn. So that brings it to our sorceress and man with the spear.
Great. How far away is the one that's back? Really far is pretty far. What's the distance between the one that Rin is going up against and the one on its left?
What's the distance? Rin?
No, the one. Yeah, those two.
About 5 feet.
Light him
Oh
up.
wait, that's actually not even that bad. I can actually do this within 30 feet. Would you say that the one in the very back and the one that Rin is going up against is 30 feet or less than?
This one?
That one and the one in the very back.
Yeah, they're within 30 feet of you. 5,
No,
10,
not
15, 20.
me. I meant within each other, but if you think they're within...
They're within 30 feet of each other, yeah, easily.
Okay, great. I'm going to use Chaos Bolt on the one in the very back.
Roll to hit.
Alright, roll to hit. It's going to be this thing. Pink dice! Woo. 17.
17 hits.
Great. Alright, I hurl an undulating, warbling mass of chaotic energy at one creature in range. I make a ranged spell attack. It takes 2d8 plus 1d6 damage.
Yeah, let me know if you get to the same numbers on the d8s or not.
Yep. That's what I'm hoping for. What's another d8? Here we go. Hey, 2 6s.
Okay. And goes over, smacks this guy immediately, and it ricochets off of him to hit another creature of your choice, I believe.
The other creature of my choice is going to be the one that Rin is fighting.
Okay, roll to hit again. Also, how much damage was that?
So the first one was 2 6s and a 1, so that's
13.
He's knocked on his ass.
and because they're 6s, it's poison damage.
Oh, it's more like and he's just coughing up foam and just hits the ground.
Great. And then the other one, it's 2 6s and a 2. So
Again?
no, it's a 6 and a 2. So I'm gonna make that cold damage on the other one, and that's 6, 7, 8, 14 damage, and it's gonna be cold damage on the other one.
He like freezes up in little pieces, little bits of him. He's like extreme frostbite as he. Oh, he just hits this guy. I mean, so how much? 14.
Yes.
Okay, he is still up, but it did not look like he appreciated that much. Okay.
And then. Sorry, I just wanted to make sure that I don't want to do anything else. Yeah, I don't want to do anything else. I'm good there. Alright, I'm done.
That brings it to the man with the spear, who sees this conflict. I'm gonna make an insight check, see if you can understand what's happening. Not bad, not bad. He seems to be hesitant as to what he wants to do. He just kind of steps away from Aisling and just proceeds to run over to the woman, and he's going to block people's path to her. He's going to hold his action to attack. Anyways, that is his turn, which brings it to our monk.
Hee. Alright, so which one of the bandits got knocked down?
This one, bandit number 1, the one that had made his shots so far.
Alright, so the other bandit with a crossbow is open?
Yes.
Okay. I am going to run over to him.
Boop.
And I am going to Street Fighter style jump up and helicopter kick him in the side of the head.
Okay, sure.
I'm gonna hit him with that Tatsumaki Seppuku. That is a 23.
23 happens to hit.
Sweet.
It happens to.
What if the DC's like 20? I don't know what I would do.
That is a 4. No, that's
4
a
damage. 7
7.
damage?
Sorry, I can't math.
You right in the head. He's like, you hear something crack along his jaw and teeth. He's like, he's still up.
Alright, let's do it again.
Bonus action punch.
Yep. Spitting back fist. That is a 20, not natural.
Okay, that hits.
That is also a 7.
Also a 7, you say?
Yes.
Okay, you backhand him. You're gonna. He hits the ground.
You backhanded him to death.
The right hand of doom.
Gotta warm it up real quick.
Can that just be canon? He warms up his hands before he gets them.
Get that friction going.
Yes.
That's going to be his turn.
Okay, that's your turn then. Perfecto. That brings it to the man with all the weapons. Who? He's going to
Run?
Considering his predicament, he might. He's gonna disengage and make it. He's like, he's out of here.
Oh, actually, he doesn't. He has 10 feet less movement because I took slasher.
Okay. He's like, why is my? He's like, why is my leg not working? As he's moving, he's just bleeding from the side of his thigh. He manages to get about 20 feet from you. So, he gets that far, guys.
I forgot I had taken that.
He gets that far, everybody.
Woo!
That's his turn. Okay then.
Kill him all I'm playing.
Yeah, as he's running, he's just trying to book it, guys. He's terrified. Okay, then.
Gonna make it.
Are there any more in the woods, or is this just the...
We have no idea.
Okay.
You do not know. It's unfortunate that you do not know. Anyways, the turn goes to a dead guy. So the turn then goes to a druid.
Yay! Okay. Can I do a perception check to see if there's any more of them in the woods?
Search action, that's fine.
Okay. Oh, come on. Every time I need to roll something important, it just doesn't happen. That's a 9, so...
9, you
Okay,
say.
so I don't know anything, but what I'm going to do is I'm going to cast Warding Wind, centered on myself.
Well, if you make the perception check, that technically takes your action.
That technically takes my whole action?
Well, it's the search action for a reason.
Okay, then as my bonus
I'll say you could have casted Warding Wind if you wanted to. Just you didn't notice anything.
Okay. So yeah, I'm going to cast Warding Wind centered on myself. And then as my bonus action, how far is the guy that's running away from me?
He's about 15 feet from you.
Perfect. Okay, let me read the rules of this really quickly one more time so I make sure I'm doing this correctly. Okay, I'm going to use my feet, which is telekinetic, and I'm going to try to shove him, like, further, so he just, like, goes off into the woods, so he can't, essentially, like, kick him in the butt to keep him moving. Just, like, shove him forward.
We already killed 2 people. Why not kill the 3rd?
I mean, I could... Do I have movement left, or is that not it?
You have all your movement.
Okay, then I'm going to go for the kill. So I'm going to move up to where I am, let's see, I guess, like, right behind him.
Right there?
Yeah, or you know what? 1 space back, actually. So what I'm going to do is I'm still going to use telekinetic, but I'm going to draw my scimitar, and I'm going to use it to telekinetically force him onto my sword.
Okay.
Not sure if you can do that.
It's a bonus action. But he still has to make a save.
Sure. What type of save is it talking?
Must succeed on a strength saving throw. Hold on, 8 plus my proficiency bonus.
I got 18 on the die, so...
Okay, yeah. So nothing happens.
He's like, what the hell?
Yeah, so I'm just there, and I have Warding Wind, so...
Okay.
I tried, guys.
That's okay. You're still a cute little trafficked human. He's apparently very bloodthirsty. Saeya just kind of like is sitting there, and she saw what you were trying to do, and like while it failed, so it wasn't that impressive, she's like a little impressed with you. Like, okay, kid could hold her own.
The noblewoman tries to take a shot at the guy, and unfortunately, like hits him in the studded leather and kind of gets stuck there. She's like, "God!" She's like kind of like looking at her shoulder where she just got hit. She's like, she looks at like, "Rex, are you alright?" And this guy with the spear just glossy-eyed.
Rex is bright.
Rex is going to make his held as hex now.
Oh!
He just kind of turns over lazily, just...
I should have stayed there!
Oh,
And he's going to proceed to attack the noblewoman.
Great!
Alright, I'm gonna kill Rex.
How many feet away from him is me? Can I telekinetically pull him back again? Let's see. I love this feat, by the way. This is great.
It's fun.
He tries to take in a swing with the spear, clangs off her breastplate. She's like, "What?" She's just surprised by this. He's then going to try and hit her with his shield. Oh my god, he's rolling poorly. Just clang again. And make one last shield attempt. This time he does hit.
My last 2 brain cells when I'm trying to study. Just Rex.
And with the shield, he like knocks her against the head and she falls backwards. And he just kind of turns slowly towards you, just as if he's like whispering to himself. Anyways, that brings it to top of the round. Barbarian.
Alright, as the player would like to respond, it's not different when you're grading papers. At which point, just turn, see that happening, drop the blade, run at the guy. Actually, drop the shield, run at the guy. I don't have to drop the shield now. Just run full speed and try to sink the claws down into his clavicle.
All right, roll it up.
And I'm gonna keep going reckless.
All right.
Why not?
13 was the highest.
Your attacks with the reckless, and
Yeah.
you kind of into the side of his stud leather. It scrapes across, and he.
And because of the path, just go ahead, mist, drag it back, and try to drag it across his throat. Dirty 20.
That hits.
Nine points of damage.
Okay, you across the face. He's
That's
Didn't
not
look
gonna
like
be
it
in my
did.
nightmares.
All right. That's my turn.
That's your turn, which brings it to our sorceress and the man who was just slashed.
Cool.
At which point, our monk notices someone in the distance, just kind of in a set of black armor with a large mask over its face. Just start walking away.
I don't like that. Do I also notice him, or can I make a check for him? I basically want to run after the guy.
If you'd like. Sure. I'd say everybody would notice him, considering... I would say everyone would notice him, yes,
Yeah.
considering the predicament. He does seem to have some connection to what is happening to this man with the spear.
Right. So I'm gonna run after the guy.
Okay, you do... He seems to move into the forest a bit, into some shrubbery, so you don't see him immediately. You're just gonna dash after him?
Yeah.
Oh no, that's a bad
Okay,
idea.
you take the dash action, you go boop, 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 boop. You're off the field. I guess I should mark you how much you actually were. There were like 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. You move into where you saw him, and you'd see nothing but 4 horse prints. And then you look around, you don't see him anywhere.
I don't know what to do. I mean, that was my action, right? So, like, I can't do anything else.
Yeah. Whoever this figure was is not there now.
Did I get a general sense of how large this figure was?
Medium. About 6'1".
I can live with 6'1". How tall was the mage?
He was about like 5'11".
Okay, good. I can live with that. Alright. My cover is not blown. I'll be right back, guys. And that ends my turn.
Okay. Okay, that ends their turn. Okay, that brings us to the one who is currently not looking too nice, and he's going to let all of his attacks loose on the one who just slashed him. He has advantage because of your reckless, I believe.
Yes, sir.
Okay, he hits you with his shield. I need you to make a strength saving throw, which I believe you have advantage on.
I do. Strength save 16.
That succeeds. You take 8, so 4 bludgeoning damage as he hits you over the side of the head with his shield. He's going to hit you with his shield again.
So he hit a AC 18.
Yeah, you got 17 on the die.
Sorry.
I had assumed I hit you.
Okay. Gotcha.
Your AC is how much again?
18.
18.
I didn't drop the shield.
That's true. Okay, the second attack misses. He's going to make one final attack with the shield against you. Just got 18.
Right on.
A strength saving throw, please.
21.
That succeeds. Let's see. 5, 4, 9. You take another 4 damage after having taken the original damage, so you're good. I mean, it's 4 damage after half.
Okay. Right on.
And that's the individual's turn. So that brings it to our monk.
Since apparently our shining 9 black armor has disappeared, that leaves me with only one person of interest now. So I'm going to book it as fast as I can to the bandit who's running away.
Okay. Yep. Right there.
And I am going to tackle him to the ground.
Are you attacking him, or are you trying to make a grapple check?
I am grappling.
Okay, make an athletics check.
Use it.
Hold on, let me look at sign real quick.
You will have to beat a 15.
You
Okay.
can do it. You got this.
That's a 16.
Woo! Words
You
of
managed to
encouragement.
wrap your arms around his neck. With your action, you have grappled him.
Alright. I'm going to attempt to knock out this man. Not kill him.
If you're referring to your bonus action to attack, you have to take the attack action to be able to do so, unfortunately.
Okay.
But hey, he's grappled.
Yeah, I guess I can just do the arm summon.
Okay, your mystic arms that come out and like start wrapping around him as well. He's like, "What is this?" Okay, that your turn?
Yep.
Okay, that brings it to his turn. He's going to do everything in his power to get away from you by attacking you.
You can try. But I have 4 hands.
Your AC?
My AC is a 16.
Okay. Hit. Hit. Miss. He takes out a scimitar and slashes you across the face twice. Let's see here. Take 14 points of slashing damage.
Somebody he is not very happy.
Okay. He's like trying to move away, but he can't because his leg's injured and he's got this freaking guy on him. Okay, that brings it. That is his turn, which brings it to dead guy, who is dead. Which brings it to our druid.
Okay. So the guy in front of me, is he still grappled or no?
He's still grappled.
Okay. You wanted to knock him out, but Aisling doesn't know that. So she still has Warding Wind. As her bonus action, she's going to cast Healing Word on the lady that's down. Is that within 60 feet? Or is that too
easily.
far? Okay.
Easily.
So I'm going to cast Healing Word at 2nd level. 2d4 plus 2. 7 points of healing.
Alright.
And then I'm going to drop the warding wind, so I don't have it around me anymore, and I'm just going to attack the guy that's being grappled with primal savagery, which is a cantrip.
I mean, you can keep the warding wind if you like. It's just
I can.
Yeah, because it's Crow Savagery is a cantrip. It's not concentration.
Okay.
Healing word. You can keep it if you'd like.
Okay.
But yeah, go ahead. You move in. You are flanking. Make your attack with advantage.
Okay. Good thing I had advantage. I'm using my other dice. Okay. Let's see. Hold on. Make a spell attack. Okay. +4, so 22 to hit.
Yeah, it's.
And then he's going to take 1d10 acid damage.
Not bad.
Hold on, let me find my d10. Hold on. Hello, no. Oh my gosh. Where is it? Here it is. Okay, sorry. Okay, that is 5 points of damage.
5 points of damage. Okay. You strike him across the face. It starts searing into his eyes. His face goes red. He's like, "What? How many of you are there?"
Yeah, I basically my teeth and fingernails sharpened, so it looks like I'm basically I'm trying to emulate Win right now. Yes.
Yeah, you're doing a good job. Noblewoman's turn. She's gonna use half her movement to get up, and she's like, "Rex, what's wrong with you?" And she's going to try and shake him because she does not know what's affecting him. Shaking him, unfortunately, does nothing.
Oh, she's just holding on to him now, and he's just gonna stab her through the stomach.
And she's like, "Oh God!" She just looks concerned as she looks at him. She doesn't know what she wants to do. She drops her bow and pulls out what appears to be a short sword. She's just at the ready in case anything happens. Actually, she'll pull out a rapier instead. Okay, that brings us to Barbarian.
So, he's grappled.
This guy's grappled.
Okay.
What? You are flanking this other dude.
Yeah. Okay. Remind me really quick, which one's grappled? Her retainer.
The guy with all the weapons is currently grappled by the monk and being attacked, but with savagery from the druid. You are flanking the man with the spear because this noblewoman is acting as your ally, and off the board is your sorcerer.
You catch the bad guy. At which point, trying to startle him out of it last time. If I don't think I'm going to attack to subdue, I'm not trying to do lethal damage, but I'm still going to take 2 swipes at him. He's flanked, so I'm not going reckless. Man, that's horrible. I miss. And with the second one, natural 20.
That's
6, 12, 18 points of damage. Just trying to smack him in the side of the head.
in his side of the head.
Stay down!
He doesn't seem to recognize your words.
I tried. That's my turn.
Okay, that is your turn. Excellent use. Sorcerer Supreme, as well as this guy.
Oh, lovely. How wonderful it is to be a Sorcerer Supreme. Alright. The... Who has the most damage right now? Not in terms of
Who's
us, in terms of the enemy.
It would seem to be the one who's grappled. He's taken the most damage.
I don't want to do the grappled one because then I'm going to wind up hurting someone else. Pick again. Point someone else out.
The only other guy. The only other guy.
Yeah. How far away from me is he?
You were about here, and you then moved about 40 feet. So if I had to say 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35, 40, 45, 50, 55, 55-ish feet. 60 at most.
Oh, that's nothing. I'm gonna do a chaos bolt again. Just on the one guy.
Sure, roll to hit.
I'm gonna do this. $14.
14 does not hit.
Cool. So I'm gonna.
He ducks under it.
Yeah. I'm just gonna. Got nothing else. With a bonus action, can I just look around and see if I can see any evidence of this necromancer?
Not really. With your passive investigation, as far as you can tell, just gone. There's no trail, there's no anything. As far as you're concerned, this whatever, this mage of sorts, just disapparated.
Cool. Yeah, that's all I got. I can't do anything else. I'm too far away. I can't move any closer, can I? Or can I?
You can move closer.
Alright, move me as far as I can go. Back to where
Okay, let's see. 15, 20, 25. You can move about there.
Cool. I'm back, guys.
Okay, you are back. The individual who realizes he's flanked is going to go for the weaker one first as to prevent his flanking, and then go back to the one he is initially assaulting. Misses. Man, he's doing a really bad job hitting this lady. And he swings with his spear. He then tries to swing with his spear yet again. Misses again. Does his final spear attack as he tries to plunge the blade into their face.
Your face.
Your face.
Does hit. So now the...
Gosh, I just got this lady up.
Yeah, and she's back down. He's
Gave me
no longer being
flashbacks to
flanked,
the chessboard.
He just looks... He looks at you, he doesn't say anything, just... 10, 15... Moves next to the Sorcerer Supreme. You do get an opportunity attack.
Whoa! And it can be anything?
Not the Sorcerer.
Oh.
And no, it can't be anything. Just the Barbarian.
He could only move 20 feet.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
5, 10, 15, 20. Oh, you're really poking my day, aren't you?
So, I mean, it's the benefit of Slasher. No, just everyone off that. No, I miss. Just
swing over his head. Okay, that brings us to Monk.
The monk is not very pleased. This man has tarnished his immaculate face. So he's going to look at Ainsley first and go, "Hey, stop, we need him alive." And then he's going to look at the monk. "But you, sir..." And I'm just going to sock him in the face with the astral arms.
Okay, make your attacks.
You, my friend, can catch these. Fuck, that's a miss.
Wait, you have advantage though.
Oh shit, thank you. Does a 14 hit?
Hits off the side of his armor.
You know what? Fuck it. Flurry of blows then. Farrakar is pissed.
Alright. Okay, make your 2 attacks with advantage.
Alright, so that's a dirty 20 for the first attack.
Hits.
And that is a 23 for the second attack.
Both hit, roll your damage.
Alright. First one's going to be 4.
4. Okay.
Second one is going to be 6.
6.
I can
Okay. He's definitely looking a lot worse for wear as you sock him twice in both eyes. He's just damn this! He's trying to get away. Okay, that brings us to his turn. And he is going to make more attacks against you to try and knock you out so he can get away. Okay, your AC is 16. Miss. Miss, barely. And miss. He's just swinging and wailing at you. It just misses all his attacks against you. And that's his turn. Okay, that brings us to our druid.
Okay. So I can't kill him. So I don't know how I'm supposed to do
Not
this
yet.
now. Okay, as my bonus action is, how far is the, what's his name? The clear soldier, the one that's made of hot glue.
Yes, I made it out of hot glue. He is 30 feet from you.
Okay, perfect. I'm going to try and use my telekinetic again and shove him towards me so he doesn't get close to Saeya.
Okay.
So that's a strength save
Thanks,
of a
Brad.
DC 13.
He got 13.
No! Dang it, I want this thing to work so bad.
Try to tug him in closer and he just plants his spear in the ground and rights himself up.
Gosh, okay. Then I guess I'm going to... How does you distinguish non-lethal damage from lethal damage?
Just say non-lethal.
Okay, okay, I didn't know that. I'm going to do some non-lethal damage with my primal savagery again.
Okay, roll that with advantage.
Okay, okay, that's the first one. Okay, does 15 hit?
Yes, it does.
Yes, okay. 1d10 acid damage. Ooh, okay, that was 9, so he gets 9 points of damage.
9 points of damage.
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 Pretty dang bad. Which, if that's the end of your turn, it'll bring it to the noblewoman. Just gonna make a death save. Fail.
Uh-oh.
Oh shit.
Does it work if we
Next.
bring her back dead? Do we still get the bounty?
I mean,
that
technically,
was the
yes.
bounty.
Huh?
I think that was the bounty.
Technically, yes.
It's okay,
We're
I'll
alive, but all
healing
good.
word her again.
It is our barbarian's turn.
Being more intelligent than the traditional barbarian, seeing her bleeding out, wanting to rip the head off of that other guy, I'm going to go ahead and go over to her and use med kit to stabilize.
Yes, you can do that. You boop. Use a med kit. She is stabilized. Anything else with your movement?
Honestly, just if I can, at her feet, not over. Like if she was to wake up, wouldn't want it to happen. Just stand in a way that I'm kind of covering her, giving her as much cover as I can, without looking like I'm pressing on her. If she wakes up.
Somebody give that poor girl a whistle. I
None of this
know
would
that
happen.
if I were dead and I came back to life and opened my eyes, and this like frantic, twice raging barbarian with claws was just on top of me.
Oh, I'm not raging anymore. All of that ends
I know,
because
but
I
I
did.
watched all of it happen before I went down.
I want to point out she could have at any point actually cooperated early on, and we wouldn't be here.
Also, I think she has
So
a
what you're
backpack on, and
saying
both
is-
of them have built-in whistles now.
So what you're saying is it's her fault.
No, oh my God, she got killed. No, absolutely not. I am not saying I have to
It's
help.
okay, we're just messing with you.
Too many people file Title IX complaints against other people. No, these
I
are
did not touch that woman. I crack myself up. That's what matters.
Getting drunk off the Gatorade.
Damn right.
I'm here for a reason, but I don't know what it is.
Gatorade.
I lost track of initiative.
It should be me next.
Yes. Are you move? You just okay? Sure. You and this guy. What do you do?
All right. I would like. Here's what I would like. Excuse me. I love paper. I would like dexterity saving throws from both of them. Because I am going to cast Tasha's. Yep. And I'm going to do it at a second level, and I'm going to expend one sorcery point so that I can do it to both of them.
Your save DC.
12.
Okay, success for the big guy,
Cool. I just do nothing.
and success for the other guy.
Great, yeah, I don't do anything. There's no point in me.
Send this acid for them, just sprays them.
Great. Alright. For my bonus action, I am going to cast Shadow Blade so that it's ready on my next turn.
Can't cast 2 spells.
Fuck! I do nothing except I'm gonna like throw my hands up in frustration and just like ah!
The humanity!
Alright, is that end your turn?
All of it. Yeah, because I can't do anything else. Just here.
Alright, well, since he didn't move, she's gonna come in closer.
Great.
He is going to proceed to make 3 attacks against you. First with the shield.
Great. He's got a 50-50 shot of making them because my DC is, or my armor class is 10.
Yeah, I rolled really poorly, and then I remembered your armor class is absolute garbage.
Oh, so you still hit. Great.
Yeah. Mega strength save.
Oh, cool. Yeah, no, so like my -1.
Mm-hmm. Nice, stupid die. Get out there.
Do is a 19. I don't like this.
That's 10 points of bludgeoning damage against you.
That's a 14. Was my
14 fails. You were prone.
Figured. Great. I mean, I got 10 points of damage, you said?
Yep, and he's going to make his next 2 attacks against you with advantage.
Ah! Wow.
Oh, he almost missed.
Oh, that's cruel.
Oh, no.
I'm gonna say that next game by DM.
11 points of piercing damage as he hits you with the spear.
Great.
Oh no.
I have one, by the way, I have 1 hit point left.
Okay, you're unconscious. You are unconscious as he hits you twice.
Great.
Then he 5, 10, 15. He moves up, forms the conga line as per usual, and is attacking the monk.
Except that it doesn't matter because once per long rest I can use Strength of the Grave, so...
Yeah, make a charisma save.
Yeah... What's my charisma? +4. There we go. Ha ha! 22, motherfucker!
You are back up at 1 hit point,
Great.
lying there after being brutally attacked.
You You also have access to Orcish.
I do, so if I drop down again, I get to use it again.
That might have been nice to know.
Why?
You know, in the last battle where you were dropping down like flies.
I used it.
Yeah,
You did?
use your shadow thing. You didn't use your. I guess you just chose not to use your half orciness.
I have two of them. It's
Good for you.
It's for strength of the grave and whatever the orcish
Relentless
one
endurance.
is. Yeah, so I just picked one and I used it.
I forgot you had that. Oh well. That brings us to Monk's turn.
Maybe. Fuck it. We can try this.
Go to sleep. Go to sleep. Go to sleep.
For a second, I was like, is he gonna switcheroo? But I realized, nah, he get an opportunity attack.
I was thinking about switcherooing, but then I was like, dang it, I would get an opportunity attack.
I'm going to tell Aisling to go help Saeya and Ren. And then I'm going to look at the guy I'm holding and ask, have you ever seen a man beat another man with another man?
Hey, are you using this man as an improvised weapon?
Yeah.
I am German suplexing this man into the man behind me.
Yes!
Okay, roll your attack. Do not add your proficiency unless you have the Tavern Brawler feat.
Please be a nat 20. Please be a nat 20.
Do it. You can do it.
Nat 20!
Yes! Critical hit!
Critical German.
It's not the first time. It's not the first time I've critical hit using someone else's body. Yes. Okay, sure. Roll your 2d4 plus your strength.
That's
So
amazing. I need to keep confetti on hand for these moments so I can throw it at my screen.
You hold this guy and you knock his head into the edge.
I am the ultimate suplex machine.
Oh my god.
Alright, so that's...
You're the Brock Lesnar of D&D.
I am the skinny Brock Lesnar of D&D.
How much damage are we talking? It's going to be split between the two of them.
Alright, so first dice was a full 7 points of damage.
Okay, 7 points of damage. Okay, we'll split it up that the one who was being attacked took more.
Alright, and the second dice is going to be a whole whopping 5.
What's your strength now?
Strength is a 15.
Oh, I see. Okay, that works. Okay. 5, okay. We'll say that guy takes that, we'll say that guy takes that, that works. Yeah, sure. I think the max amount of damage you could have dealt was 10, though. 2d4 plus 2 as a modifier.
Yeah.
Okay. We'll cut 2 on the other. We'll say 5/5. That works. That works out to be that much. Okay, that brings it to your bonus action if you'd like to do anything with it.
Am I still holding this man?
Yes.
Let's go for round 2.
Okay. You continue to knocking this guy's head into the other one. The one who got hit with the spear just kind of took it. This guy's like, ah!
I've literally just turned into the Hulk from Avengers, and this guy is Loki.
Yeah. Okay.
God.
That's a 12.
12 misses.
It's you. Yeah, I'll say you had advantage. You just surprised him, honestly.
Aha! It is a 60.
6. Yeah, that's.
Yeah.
He's just so disturbed by the fact that he was using the weapon. You managed to get a punch off on him. DMs. I can give you guys whatever like.
We don't.
That is a whopping 4 points of damage.
He is looking pretty dang bad at this point.
Which one?
The one who's getting punched and used as a mace.
Okay.
Before I end my turn, I'm going to look at the man and go, "Why won't you die already?" And that'll be it.
Why won't you die?
Why won't you die?
Okay, yeah. Okay, that brings it to this guy's turn, who's just gonna try and escape your grapple. You have to beat a nat 1, so you have to beat a 5.
That's a 17.
He's like, no! He's like trying to escape, and you're just holding on to him the whole time. Well, that's his turn. Our druid.
Okay. Okay, so I'm gonna move. I would like to move around so I'm behind the guy with the spear.
Okay, so 5, 10, 15, 20.
So we get advantage again.
Okay.
As my bonus action, I'm casting Healing Word on Saeya
Okay.
Woo!
How much does that heal?
at first level. So sorry, Saeya.
It's fine, better than nothing.
Okay. Okay, that's 4 hit points. You're welcome.
I'm at 5 now. That's a good number.
And then I'm going to, I guess Primal Savagery again, attack the...
Advantage.
Advantage. Oh, definitely need advantage from that. Oh, I got a 1 and a 2. So I miss.
Right over his head.
Yeah. A 1 and a 2? Seriously?
That brings it to the unconscious noble woman who does nothing as she is unconscious. Which brings us to our barbarian.
Right. So from where I'm standing, what I see is one human being being used as a cudgel against another human being.
Yes.
Cool. I pick up my sword and I run at the closest human being.
Okay, you 5, 10, 15, you get close enough to this gladiator fella.
Okay, and I'm guessing I have flanking because everyone is there?
Unfortunately not.
Okay.
You have to be opposing to this guy, basically, and no one's on the opposite side of him where you are.
Couldn't quite tell from the image. That's fine. I'm just going to take a swing at him. 17 to hit.
He is going to use his reaction to use his spear to parry your attack.
And I'm just going to say, just stop! That's my turn.
Okay, that's your turn. Sorcerer Supreme and the Gladiator.
Great. I'm going to stand up, obviously, so that I can, be alive. Can you refresh? Can you, not refresh, just tilt the board a little bit so that I can, I want to be able to see a little bit better. Alright, so closest to me is Ashling, and then I've got like a gray mass of bodies. I can't tell apart.
These two are dead guys,
Yep.
and Axe is monk, Axe, hot glue, glass. Guy with bigger axe, a guy who looks like he has spiky armor is grappled dude.
Is he still grappled?
Yes, he is still grappled. He has not yet escaped the grapple of our grappling
monk. I'm gonna hurt someone. You're all too close together.
You could like run over here,
Yeah. Okay. I'm gonna.
or not, because that guy could attack you.
Who could attack me? The guy if I run up on him?
Well, I mean, if you were to get closer, then the guy with the both of them could attack you if they wanted to.
If I were
It's up to you.
I don't like this. If I were to use my bonus action to cast my Shadow Blade, could I run up and hit someone with it?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna do that.
Alright, you want to flank this guy?
Oh yeah, I'll flank whoever. Does that mean I get an advantage?
You get advantage on the guy with the spear.
Cool.
Yes, he is now completely boxed in.
And then use the rest of your movement to walk away. So you don't get downed again.
But if I walk away, then there's an attack of opportunity on me.
Alright, make your attack if you'd like. This is based off your dexterity, I believe.
No, there's no... It doesn't say anything. It's just
It says it's a finesse property, so that implies you use strength or dex.
Let's use dex. Because my strength is shit. Okay, so we're working with a 17 here.
That barely hits, says he has used his reaction already.
Yes!
Means technically you could get out of there if you wanted to.
Okay, well, I hit him. So now I'm going to use 2 d8s.
Psychic damage?
Yes. Where are my d8s? That's the wrong dice. I'm sorry, I'm losing my mind. 1 and 2. Duck dice!
Duck dice!
Six damage.
6. Alright. 6 damage. This guy's tough. As you hit him over the set with the Shadow Blade, he like takes it to the brain. He's like, anything else? You can move away if you like.
Yeah, I'm just gonna step back, like, just out of reach.
Boop.
With the Shadow Blade still in my hand.
Oh, just out of reach would be about that. Alright. Okay, that brings it to this fellow's turn, who's going to make 3 shield attacks against the people who are surrounding him.
Alrighty.
So, first shield attack goes towards our monk. That is a 21 to hit.
Ow.
Strength save, please. We'll be taking 6 points of bludgeoning damage.
And make a strength save.
Yep.
That is a 30.
Okay, you managed to withhold yourself. Seeing as you are not knocked prone, he's going to attack the druid, who's been causing some issues for him. 16 plus, so I imagine that hits.
Oh, yes.
Okay, make a strength save. He smacks you in the head with the shield. You take 9 points of bludgeoning damage.
Oh, I got natural 20 on the strength
Of course you did. He's getting like frustrated even in like his strange deteriorating state of mind. And he's gonna take his final attack, and he's just gonna attack this bandit. Shockingly enough, misses.
Of course he does.
At which point he's just starting to.
Oh, thank goodness.
He seems to be actually kind of loopy, and his spear drops out of his hand. Just he falls prone.
I'm not catching him. I would be crushed.
He just hits the ground. Seems as though whatever effect was taking place has ended. Perhaps something had simply lost interest.
Great! Our mystery man.
You got this grappled guy. Who wants to attack him?
I can.
Okay, yeah, sure.
With primal savagery again.
Run it. Long story short, bing bong 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 bong. He's unconscious if you guys want him.
Okay. Yeah.
I do, at least.
Okay. And with that, the battle's over. Many questions arise as to what you will do with these bodies of your prisoners. What had caused this individual to attack his own ally? And how the heck has the bard been sleeping this goddamn long? We're gonna end this session here. And thanks for joining us. It was an extra long one, so we had to wrap it up quickly. You guys are doing really great against this guy. He had plenty of health, but his effects only last so long.
I'm just glad I could use another man as a weapon, and
Yes.
then it backfire horribly.
Thanks again for stopping in, everybody. Make sure you join the
Thanks.
Discord and the YouTube and come see everything. Till next time.
Till next time.
Say bye.
Have a good night, everybody.
I'm taking extra long to disconnect this broadcast because my computer's being slow. Sorry. Awkward out. Okay, bye.